designated site and the cycle is complete. In addition to Sanitrack, Sanitab has also been launched. Sanitab creates a database of on-site sanitation systems collected across properties, which is then used to make scheduled desludging decisions. And to combat the problem of dumping raw septage on the ground, Sinnar took the exceptional step of building their very own fecal sludge treatment plant, or FSTP.
सिन्नर म्यूनिसिपल काउंसिल का खासियत है कि उन्होंने जो उनका एफएसटीपी बना हुआ है वो काउंसिल के ओन फंड से बनाया हुआ है, जिसके लिए महा टेंडर पे डीबीओटी बेसिस पे टेंडर प्रोसीजर हुआ है जिसमें एक कॉन्ट्रैक्टर अलॉट किया हुआ है जो एफएसटीपी कंस्ट्रक्ट करेगा, उसके बाद 3 साल ओएनएम करेगा और बाद में काउंसिल को हैंड ओवर करेगा फर्दर ट्रीटमेंट के लिए.
With a capacity of 70 kiloliters per day, this FSTP has a treatment unit consisting of a collection tank, a UASP reactor, an anaerobic baffled reactor, an ozonation system, an activated carbon filter, a pressurized sand filter, and sludge drying beds.
Advantage of this USB technology is that it works on very low energy consumption. It doesn't require any treatment chemicals, and it is fit and forget technology. Doesn't require any further maintenance.
The end products such as treated wastewater and dried sludge are used to develop and maintain an 8,000 square meter urban forest and garden built around the plant that is maintained by a self-help group of women appointed by the municipality to cultivate the landscape.
आम्हाला नगरपालिकेतर्फे हे गार्डनचे काम मिळालेले आहे. आम्हा सगळ्या महिलांना रोजगार नेहमी मिळालेला आहे. हे काम करून आम्हा सर्व महिलांना चांगलं वाटतं.
The FSTP not only has a resource center that has hosted international visitors, but is also fully self-sufficient as it is powered by solar energy. There is also an online monitoring system that records the parameters of treated wastewater like BOD, COD and pH. So what's next for Sinnar?
The next target is that it's not enough to manage only your fecal sludge. You also need to manage your grey water, as it is called, from bathroom and kitchen waste that comes out. Sinnar is taking initial steps in terms of how to do that. The grey water is collected properly through interceptor network is taken to treatment facilities.
इसलिए हम एक एसटीपी का पायलट प्रोजेक्ट रेडी कर रहे हैं, जो सिन्नर शहर का पूरा जो ग्रे वाटर रहेगा वो हम एसटीपी पे लेके वहाँ पे वाटर ट्रीटमेंट करने वाले हैं. ट्रीटमेंट करके वो वाटर हम रीयूज करने वाले हैं.
By taking care of grey water, Sinnar is moving towards Water Plus certification to continue Sinnar's good work in sanitation, a corpus fund for the future.
सिन्नर स्वच्छता कोष ये सिन्नर म्यूनिसिपल कॉरपोरेशन और सेप्ट इनका एक जॉइंट वेंचर है, जिससे कंपनीज या पर्सनल लोग अपना CSR फंड या पर्सनल फंड इस कोष में डाल सकते हैं. उसका यूटिलाइजेशन हम सिन्नर शहर में सैनिटाइजेशन के लिए यूज़ कर सकते हैं. इस एक प्रोसेस हमने उसमें बनाई है.
And the sustained collaborative effort has paid off, like new individual household toilets, new school toilets, improved community toilets, improved desludging services, and a cleaner environment as a result of fecal sludge and septage management.
They have demonstrated that they are able to do scheduled desludging, they are able to construct a fecal sludge treatment plant with their own funds, and this is something that many other cities can also do. They are of the size of Sinnar.
टॉयलेट बांधल्यामुळे एकदम आम्हाला म्हणजे आमच्या इकडचं एरिया परिसर त्याची आम्हाला जाणीव झाली, स्वच्छतेची जाणीव झाली.
पहिले जाण्या येण्याला घाबरत होतो, आता स्वतःचं असल्यामुळं कसलीही अडचण नाही. आता बिंदासपणे रात्रीचं केव्हाही जायचं असलं तरी काही अडचण नाही आता.
मैं आपको एक बात कहना चाहता हूँ, जो हम कर सकते हैं वो आप डेफिनेटली कर सकते हैं.
was passed to implement scheduled desludging, involve private operators, levy sanitation tax, and allocate land for a fecal sludge treatment plant.
There was not much experience in India in what we tried to introduce in Y, what is called scheduled desludging, which means that all tanks will be emptied once in 3 years in Y.
वाईचे 3 झोन केलेले आहेत ABC आणि एक झोन झाला की सेकंड झोन थर्ड झोन दर 3 वर्षातून प्रत्येक सेफ्टी टँक हा उपसला जाणार आहे.
नगरपालिकेनं टेंडर काढलेलं ते आम्ही भरलं आणि ते आम्हाला मिळालं. सिरियल एम्प्टिंगमुळे ना आपण एका घराच्या खर्चामध्येच 7 घरांचा खर्च त्यातच होतो. त्याच्यामुळे नगरपालिकेला पण फायदा, कंपनीला पण फायदा आणि गाडीचं जे पेट्रोल आहे ते पण बचत होते.
So what this council did that they did an outcome based contract wherein the private sector based on the performance would be getting paid. So in case they attain only 70% of the target, they were only getting paid for the 70%.
The contract also introduced specific measures to ensure that the service was provided in an appropriate manner. We worked with the local government in Y to introduce the notion of an escrow account. So a tripartite agreement between the local government, a local bank, and the private sector that was selected. The escrow account has 3 months of additional funding always available as a reserve fund. So this makes it easier and hopefully likely to reduce the delays in payments that may happen from the local governments.
We realize that financing is very important. State government, the private sector, the CSR route from corporates. This is the capital expenses, but we recognize that the operational expenses essentially come from the cities themselves.
The city levied a sanitation tax, and against that, they are provided this service once in 3 years.
We've named this as a performance-linked annuity model that has been developed for schedule emptying.
मे 2018 पासून शेड्यूल डिस्लजिंग रेग्युलरली चालू आहे. त्या अर्थाने एका वर्षामध्ये 2000 इतके सेप्टिक टँक स्वच्छ केले जाणार आहेत, जे पूर्वी संख्या फक्त 100-150 वगैरे होती वर्षाला.
Y is the first town in India to implement scheduled desludging and treat collected waste in a safe manner.
He was a full professor and chair of the water engineering at the University of Birmingham, UK, and professor and head of Core Sustainability Urban Water Systems at UNESCO, IHE. He is currently also professor adjunct at the IIT Madras, India. Kala Murthy has a PhD and an MSc in Environmental Engineering from the Imperial College, London, UK, and a BSc Honours in Civil Engineering from King's College, London. He is also a Chartered Engineer and Fellow of the International Institution of Civil Engineers, UK. We have his recorded sessions, and after that we will have a second luminary to introduce. Thank you. Yeah.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all my colleagues and distinguished guests. My name is Kala Vairamuthi, and I'm the Executive Director of the International Water Association. Let me begin by giving my sincere apologies that I'm unable to join all of you in Ahmedabad at this very important conclave. Unfortunately, I had some urgent matters to take care of here in London, and so was not able to travel to India, but I wish I was there with you. But it really is a great honor for me to give this keynote today at the Global South Academic Conclave organized by CWS, CRDF, and CEPT University. It's really my pleasure. I thought I'd kick off with just giving you a short introduction to IWA. Many of you will know that IWA is a global network of around 10,000 professionals, and that includes both researchers and practitioners. Those 10,000 professionals are coming from 140 countries, and we arrange ourselves into 50 specialist groups. And these specialist groups are really the groups that sort of dive deeply into some of the challenges that the water sector are experiencing, and then try to develop those solutions in response to some of those challenges. We articulate some of those solutions that we're developing through our publications. We publish about 18 academic journals. The #1 academic journal for water in the world, Water Research, is an IWA journal. And we publish around 40 books per year as well. We also come together very frequently to discuss these challenges and to develop those ideas, and we do that through conferences. And IWA runs a conference almost every week of the year somewhere in the world. Of course, we do have our major, large flagship events, the World Water Congress and the Development Congress, which are held every 2 years. But every week of the year, somewhere in the world, there is an IWA conference. Here we have an image of the publications that IWA generates. You can see all the journals that we produce, which cover all aspects of the water cycle. And on the right-hand side, you can see some of the books that we publish. Here you can see the venues of our major conferences. This is the World Water Congress, which is held on every even year, and the World Water Development Congress, which is held every odd year. And you can see that our large flagship conferences span the entire globe. So we are really a truly international conference. This is images from our very successful Development Congress just a month ago in Kigali in Rwanda. We had over 3,000 participants. We ran 40 sessions with over 150 papers. We had 42 workshops. We had several high-level summits and forums, mainly around sanitation, but we also had a water utilities forum. We had a regulators forum. So it was very, very extensive, covering the entire water cycle. And we had a wonderful, wonderful keynote speech in the opening ceremony from Madi, who you can see there on the right-hand side. The thing that we pride ourselves on in IWA is our ability to span the entire sort of continuum of research to practice. And we really believe that we are one of the strongest organizations that takes research to practice. You know, we have people who are hardcore researchers who sort of sit on the left-hand side of this diagram, and we have hardcore practitioners who sit on the right hand of this diagram. But in the middle, we have a lot of researchers who have 1 foot in research and 1 foot in practice. And we also have a lot of practitioners who have 1 foot in practice and 1 foot in research. And it's these individuals that allow IWA to really optimize the movement of good research into practice. And as I said, it's something that we think about every day here at the Secretariat, and it's something that as an association we try to do systematically. You know, this idea of taking really good research so it doesn't just stay on the shelves in universities, but actually gets translated into practice. What I wanted to sort of start my conversation to you about was this recognition that within IWA, we are seeing a major transition taking place within the water and sanitation sector. And this message really came out from a lot of our large events that we held last year, that the sector is at a very important juncture in our history, and that the way we've done business in the past can't continue. With all the global change pressures that we're facing, we really need to do some serious path shifting now. And this transition that we need to make requires a level of leadership and innovation that's unprecedented in our history. This major transition that we're seeing is a move to more off-grid, circular approaches, where we're starting to use water multiple times and where we recover resources from our waste streams. And it also appears that decentralized systems are becoming more favorable than centralized systems. You see, water was historically a building block of the high carbon economy, but now there's a real opportunity for us to be the building block for the new low carbon economy. And in all of this, it's the global south that really is the key. You see, adversity is a very big part of this challenge. In the global north, we're fine-tuning systems because we have universal access. But in the global south, we don't. And so there's this very interesting equation at play. On the one side, you have this huge need for new infrastructure and services that could be carbon intensive. But on the other side, you have this window of opportunity to do things differently. Design systems which are energy neutral, that efficiently use water, that think about the productive use of water, and where we capture value from our waste streams. You know, the global south leapfrog fixed wires of communication infrastructure, so they can also avoid the slow, costly, mechanistic, and heavy legacy of centralized water systems by moving off-grid to distributed, flexible, and circular systems. In all of this, we feel that sanitation is really the key. And if we take a step back for a moment, the sanitation revolution, you know, the first one, started in the West or the global North in the last quarter of the 19th century. This was called the golden age of sanitation, and it resulted in significant economic activity in the global North. But since this sort of global North golden age of sanitation, sanitation itself has become greatly ignored, particularly in the global South. For example, why is it that sanitation was an afterthought in the formulation of the Millennium Development Goals, the MDGs, and it was only added as a target at the Sustainable Development Summit in Johannesburg in 2002? And why was it that adding sanitation to the human rights framework met with so many obstacles? And why is it that sanitation was only recognized as a distinct human right 5 years after the recognition of the right to safe drinking water? I feel that all of this started at the Mar del Plata UN Water Conference in 1977, when, with all good intentions, drinking water and sanitation were merged into one inextricably linked entity. Clearly, they were unable to foresee that this would put sanitation in the shadow of drinking water supply for decades to come. But now we are seeing sanitation moving out of the shadow of the water supply domain. As I said in our recent conference in Rwanda, the development conference, sanitation was really the main theme. And we're also seeing phenomenal investments in sanitation, particularly in the Global South. So at IWA, we truly believe that we are witnessing the next golden age of sanitation. But this time, with high standards for compliance, which allows decisions to be, but then allows decisions to be made locally. Governments should rightly be held accountable for whether people have access to sanitation or not. But that doesn't mean that they have to monopolize the decision-making process. On the contrary, the key to unlocking the opportunity around decentralization and competitive sanitation is to create an enabling framework, one that is agnostic in terms of which solution should be used or should not be used. You see, people are willing to pay for the hardware and services that give them the improvements they want. And service providers and entrepreneurs will respond to that aspiration. I want to finish by sharing with you a final thought. It's clear that our water utilities around the world have to do some serious path shifting now in order to deliver sustainable services to those communities that don't have access. But the big question is, can we build all this new infrastructure in a way that allows us to manage our resources differently? And can we do all of this in a low carbon way? So the question is, can we build this infrastructure in a low carbon way and still provide the people with the basic services they need and deserve? I'm not sure what the answer is to that. Thank you all for this opportunity to share some of my ideas. The discussions that you will be having in the conclave, I'm sure, will address these critical topics. But more than this, there is a powerful mix of people in the room. And IWA, we understand the importance of connecting academics and practitioners together. It's key in shaping lasting change. And I know that this conclave will really help shape that lasting change. I wish you well with your discussions, and once again, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to speak to you all. I hope the conclave goes well. Thank you. Good morning.
Well, thank you, Kala. And by the way, I think yesterday we forgot to introduce Barbara also as a member of our CWAS advisory board. And Kala is also a member of our advisory board. So we have an IWA colleague here, Suresh. Please come here. Through you, I want to give this memento. So please pass on our thanks to Kala as well as pass on this momentum. So collect on his behalf.
Thank you very much.
Ashwini, over to you.
Thanks to Dr. Kala and also to Suresh, representing IWA physically here. I think this first session has what we are discussing yesterday, and we are going to discuss many more issues. In spite Dr. Kala is not available here, but I think it gives many points for us to ponder. We may not able to have a question answer session with Dr. Kala, but I'm sure in a technical sessions and Suresh being here, we will be able to get some of the things to be discussed out here. Nevertheless, starting with a second keynote address by Dr. Thamrat, who is present here physically in person. I will take pleasure to introduce him. Dr. Thamrat is a professor of Environmental Engineering Management Program and co-director of Global Water and Sanitation Center at AIT, Asian Institute of Technology. Thailand. He is an internationally recognized professional on fecal sludge management, sanitation systems, natural-based solutions for the waste and wastewater management, as well as wastewater treatment technologies, and most importantly, he is also a kind of trying to innovate, and he is also expertise in innovating toilet technologies, and marine plastic pollution is his recent focus. His major scholarly contribution includes publication of more than 90 referred international journal papers, 8 books, 9 books chapter. He has invented a sanitation toilet technology, one of which is patented to his credits. And several are filing, existing, and he may get in soon. He has recently developed and serving as a coordinator of one-year master's degree program in marine plastic abatement.
huge challenge for us now, that what are the appropriate technologies and also the system to be provided. Then the other thing is that becoming more and more challenging to us in the developing countries, that the secondary town, the cities are growing up so fast. Apart from Delhi, apart from the Mumbai, there are many other growing cities that coming up. And of course, it's not that they need a service, they need of infrastructures, not only the road, not only the mobile phones, not only the TV and other things, but we need a sanitation system. And then when they are growing so fast, what to do, how to do with this kind of sanitation provision. So that could be another burden that's coming up, and then we need to prepare in advance. And then when that, to compare, at least in the East Asia, you may notice, I think that the JMP have providing you a kind of that, the pictures of that, what are the development in the safely managed sanitations. For us, Thailand, for Thai people, it is quite embarrassing to compare with. For example, here, the safely managed, we can get only about 26%. Compare with that Myanmar or even the Laos, PDR. We are not that there. Many people from Laos, PDR, from Myanmar, they come to study, they come to work in Thailand, but they are much better. Why is that? That's quite an interesting figures when I show this to my government officials, the high ranking, the permanent secretary. They don't believe that. But this is the facts that the government reports to the JMP, to the UNICEF, that we are having this kind of issues. And also that the predictions by the UNICEF, by the JMP, that if we would like to get up to the requirements like in Thailand here, we need about that 25 to 25 times effort to get the people having the safely managed sanitations. So our small country, about that 66 million people, need to invest much more, about that 25 times. What about India? You have 1.3, 1.5 billion people. If you would like to improve, how much more that you do, and then the scale for you is much, much, much larger than Thailand, than the Southeast Asian country as well. So I think that the huge challenges for us, whether we go for that centralized or decentralized or inclusive or not inclusive, then it needs a lot of investment for sure. And as mentioned by the Galat about that, this is another thing of the climate wonderful crisis that we need to take up. I think I like the talk by Barbara about that, whether we should go for that, the climate resilience, climate adaptive sanitations, which you add on another cost in the investment more. If we have to think more, well, whether we should go for this kind of anaerobic system, then they cost a lot of that greenhouse gas emissions. But if we suggest, hey, we should reduce that greenhouse gas emission not using the anaerobic system, what would be the cost? We need to add on the aerator system. Then it could be about that double the price compared with the conventional anaerobic system. So I think that would be the thing we have to discuss and prepare for. The investment, as we said, and then this is another figures that it is quite small compared to the other areas that, or the other sectors, that in Southeast Asia only about that less than 1 billion that invest in the past 10 years, the decades that invest in the sanitation sectors. So we have about that 600 million people in the Southeast Asia, but only 1 billion. Then that's why we are not that progressing well, and then for sure that somehow we may say that, well, because of no interest by the donors, by the investor. But is that true? I think for the bank people, the banker, they would like to get more and more projects. We have heard from the president of the CEPT University yesterday that asked the World Bank They would like to get more and more projects for sure, but how can it be the bankable or viable or sustainable projects that they can invest and get the return? That's from the banker point of views. But for us, for the people who are living in the country to have to pay back to the bank, what we will profit from that, what we can get from that, from the investment, rather than that from the water projects, they for sure that they can get the return more faster, more visible, but not us as a sanitation people. When we invest on a sanitation, who will pay back? That would be the big questions. That's why not many banks would invest on the sanitations. But anyway, if we talk about the climates, I think Barbara talked nicely about that. What are the possible impacts and how we should address the impacts? At least to the change, it is increasing the risk and hazards, either the flood or drought and many others, or even the slowly increase the temperatures. Even if it is that not affect right away, but the long terms, if the increase of that 1.5 degrees Celsius, what happens is not only the climate, but also that the temperatures in the system itself, or the heighten the uncertainties. Uncertainty is another issue that it would be broaden the problems more, that how we can ensure that we can cover this kind of uncertainty during the climate crisis, or deepening the inequality that the people, the poor, the rich, there could be the bigger gaps that we may have these kind of more problems. So just to address to the toilets, the toilets that we have, like we have to close the different discharge standard. And then if the flood, if the greenhouse gas release, this is a kind of a consequence that we will face, that we are facing right now, that from this kind of climate issue, the climate crisis, how should we address that? Whether we would need to invest more and more to protect the greenhouse gas emissions, or in order to ensure that or we have to get that kind of system that can resist to the flood, or even floating out of the heavy rainfall. But how to do? Yes, we can do. Technically, by engineer, I'm also the engineer. So we can say, yes, we can do that if you give me the money. But who will give you the money to having this kind of a resistance or the resilience of the system that not many people would like to invest in? There are many people talking about that, the development of the mobile phones. We can develop so fast, and then right now the people can get in the very cheap price because there's a big demand. But the question is that how we can create the demands. That's much more important. That if we have the 1 billion in India willing to pay for the toilets, then there could be a huge market, giant markets. But how many would like to do that? They prefer to buy the mobile phones, to buy the TV set, to buy the PC, rather than to buy the toilets, right? If we do a kind of a market study, the priority to buy the toilets is so small that the things that we will not be able to get. Then the adverse effects, of course, we are having the problems already in that sanitation value chains. And if we have more the climate crisis, it would magnify or it would enhance the effects much more, starting from the container, emptying, transport, treatment, or reuse disposal. There would be more headaches to you, more difficulties to ensure that you can sustain the safely managed sanitations. It could be double, it could be triple the effects. Then this is the map that drawn by the SNV, I think Juliet also the one that try to map out that what are the possible impacts. So this is a kind of thing that the expert, the peers, saying that, well, there could be many, many things that unforeseen, and then it will affect for sure to our toilet system, from the drainage, from the design capacity, from the secondary infrastructure. There could be many from the flood only, and then this is from the drought that also having the problems too. if you have the drought, and then even then at the emptying or the impact on the treatment system, they will be there. So the problems that we going to face, and then we have to ensure that how we can do so. What should we do? I'm talking too much about that risk, challenges, but there should be some way out that we are the one that the academic people, the technical people, the science people that try to sort out the way. Then for sure, like Barbara said, assessment is important. Professor Dinesh also mentioning that if you have no measures, nothing that you can improve, if you need measurements. And of course, that's why we can get into that mitigation, adaptation, and resilience on the climate risk. What about that, the sanitation system? We have to be a kind of a trade-off between whether it is sustainable, efficient, and one last thing is about that, the profitable or not. As the Kala said, that it should not be only the things that the sanitation is doing for the charitable purpose. Yes, we should do, but who will pay for you forever? You have to realize that this is a kind of the business. If you can make it profitable, then there will be many investors, impact investor or the donor come and say, hey, that could be more sustainable. If you have just relied on that, okay, that's NGO comes and then they will work for you 5 years. After 5 years, what next? After 10 years, what's next? So that I think that the profitable, the sanitation system would be that I will try to show one of the case study. Then the greenhouse gas emission, that the study, there are many studies. This is one of the study that we try to do to understand the direct impacts or indirect emissions from the system that we're having the GIZ projects working in Thailand, that how we can understand and using so-called the tools, namely the ECAM. The ECAM tool is the one that try to estimate the greenhouse gas emission from the centralized or decentralized system. Yes, it is look nice, and this could be very useful to understand that throughout the system, from the centralized or decentralized, what are the emission rates and how we can optimize the emissions. The question would be that what should be the emission factors for our decentralized system? That's a big question mark. Yes, there are a kind of a default values derived from that the German the studies, but is that applicable to Thailand, the tropicals? And then even we have that the study Barbara did in Kampala, I did in Bangkok, in Thailand. Is that comparable? Is that useful? Yes, it's useful, but may not be that the same system. Our septic tank, it may not be the same as the design in the Kampala or even in India. I found out that our septic tank, the size, the volumes or the uses of that septic tank is so different. Then the emission factors, it is not there yet for applying to these estimations. So we may need big more efforts if we would like to use this kind of estimation or assessment on how the greenhouse gas or the climate risk that coming from our sanitation system. That many more to do compared to those air pollution people, the experts. They have invested lots of money in the research to find out that what are the emission sectors from different area, different source of the energy or the fuel source. And then in AIT, we also did this study from the conventional treatment system using the BMP methods, collect the sample, and then all these kind of factors that we analyze that. And then we check also the method that, okay, it's quite boring, a kind of a conventional research. Then we connect all these, the system, for example, here, we normally use this kind of concrete ring to be a kind of the so-called septic tank, but it may be the cesspool instead because it's not really designed as the septic tank. So in Southeast Asia, it's mostly used like this. I'm sure that in South Asia, it's totally different. If you're talking about the septic tank, it is different. So that's why I'm questioning about that, whether if we can get that the emission rates, emission factors, but we cannot use that in the other country. Yes, of course, in Thailand, we may be able to use that because we have conduct a study throughout the area, throughout the country, and then we measure the gas percentage and the generation rate. Then with that, we try to analyze and get the study, compare with that many conditions. Then we can get the emission air assessment and try to get into that using the ECAM2 on the performance assessment too. Then with that, we have 2 tiers of the assessment. The tier 1 is on the initial assessment, on the tier 2 on the detailed assessment, that consulting with the experts on the system. Then we found out that altogether we can get this kind of the greenhouse gas from the wastewater and greenhouse gas from the fecal sludge management. The greenhouse gas from the wastewater is not that from the municipal treatment system, but that from the toilet system, that because it's so-called a kind of a wet toilet system, we have that the super natans released out of the septic tank. We also measure that what are the remaining BOD, COD, nitrogens that may cause the nitrous oxide and methane gas later. So these are the things that we have to quantify, and much more on that. Then we have to consult with many other experts that, hey, how should we consider that in different systems? In Thailand, it's not that only the cement ring type. Nowadays, there are many companies offering the products, so-called like in Japanese, the Chogaso system, having the aerations, some having that no aerations, some having even the membrane system. Then there's a variety of the technologies that we have to put in the different emission factors into that. So with that, we hopeful that the leading agencies like in Thailand, the Pollution Control Department can make use of the tool at least to estimate what would be the greenhouse gas emissions or the carbon emission from the system, either from the centralized or decentralized, and including the fecal sludge management. The other things that we have done in the past years is that we try to make use of that catalogs or the compendiums to ensure that, we have a certain ideas what we should do. As I told you that in Thailand, there are so many of the technologies, but whether the technologies contribute to that so-called climate smart or not, we don't know. We haven't assessed directly, or we haven't measured directly, but we rely on that from the manufacturer, provide information, and then we evaluate that. So if you have the good questions, I will give you the book. There are some books here that you can get, and then of course you can download online. But anyway, the book will giving this kind of the ideas of that available information that manufacturer willing to share. We approached so many manufacturers, but they said, no, I would not like to share. They may feel that, no, it may not be good for them. But I said to them, hey, this is not that the advertisement, but it is just to giving the ideas that if you are good in the resilience or not, or if you produce too much of that, the greenhouse gas or not. Not that to say you are bad, nor you are good, no. It is just to provide information to the readers, that giving a hint that if they have to be aware. The idea is that we work with the UNICEF is that later, if in the new investment projects in the developing country, any kind of intervention or the technologies should be aware of this. Of course, it's not that the key requirements that if you use that, the technologies that having too much of the greenhouse gas emission, you will not eligible to get the projects, no. But it is just to understand, and then we can find out the other measures, the other mitigations, intervention to do so. So we give this kind of information from the mitigation point of view, or the adaptation, or even the cross-cutting, even they can do that. So with that, for example, from our innovation, solar septic tank, for example, we give the idea that's what from the cost, and then what about the greenhouse gas emission per year that can be from the solar septic tank, and then we also explain what is the pro and con. And then from the technology point of view, whether it is climate resilience in terms of the drought or the flood or not, we have to frankly say that yes, it's possible or it is not possible, or it is adapt to the drought as well or not. Of course, it's not adapt to the flood, but the drought could be, because it is in the wet system, then we have the system watertight. So these are the things that we are providing in the compendium, in the catalogs, and then many other technologies. But is that enough to against the climate risk? It's not yet. It's just a very, very small step that we try to collate all this kind of information to share to the audience, to share to the interested person on the climate and the sanitations. But the other things that I'd like to address to you, that if we can change our fecal sludge, our sanitation business to be more profitable, it should not be just only the service by the government, by the municipality, but if it can be the profitable models, then there will be many investors. I'm sure that there are also many Indian investors. If they found, okay, within the 2 years' time, you can get the return of the investment, you can get about that, the 10% profit each year. Wow, there could be a lot. One case that we found in Thailand, that we also have the profitable, but the question would be that whether it is sustainable and efficient in the views of that the expert, or in the view of the regulators or not. So the case study that in Rayong province, one of the private sector, so-called, namely the Thong Thawin service. It is the private company that used to do a kind of conventional emptying service only. And then they found out that there are more and more problems, that because it's very fast development in the area, they cannot just dispose the fecal sludge in the environment. In the past, yes, they do like that. And then they found out, hey, I cannot do that business because there's no place, because there are so many industrial estate, real estate around the area. They cannot, and also the police come after him, after them to get that. I don't know if they charge that, they can get into the cost, get into the fines a lot. So they come back to the municipality and say that, hey, if I can get the longer license or the longer concessionaire service contracts from the municipality, at least 4 years, then they will get the loan from the bank and invest themselves for the treatment. So this is another thing, that there's no any support, no donors, no NGO, no technical assistance at all to provide to them. But they just come to us. One of my friends, another university, my friends, who can just provide that, okay, the consultancy service to them, how to design the treatment plan for them, and then they invest themselves from the loan of the bank. Then they invest a lot of that the things, and then invest also the truck, and then they would like to get that up to about 250 to about 350 tons a day. Then stop because, okay. So they invest a lot, and then they can get about 50,000 households a year for the service, and then they can get quite a good fees, because they can get the charge to the industrial estate. Together with that, many of the households willing to pay. And then the other thing is that in Thailand, we just having a new, they call what, ministerial act that you can charge not just only the emptying fees, but you can charge the treatment fees per cubic meters up to the municipality. So this is open the room for the investor to come and say, hey, not just emptying service, you can charge the treatment service on that, the bill in the same bill. Then the technology is quite conventional that they use the anaerobic digestion process. Then they produce the electricity, and then the liquid parts go to the aerobic pond, wetlands, and then at that time they also even interest to use that treated effluent to produce the tap water. Then they can do so. They can use very advanced technology, quite expensive, that RO and UV, but no one would like to buy, unfortunately. So that is the thing that they think about that. Well, besides their area, there is a kind of a bamboo farms. They purchase that, and they use both the water and also the dry solids, dry fecal sludge to plant into the bamboo farms. So it is a kind of a closed system. Then they can earn a lot from the bamboo plantation too. So this is a lot of things that they can manage, and consequently they invest a lot, and then they can get the treatment fees. And from about 5 years ago, from the record, they get about that $3 million a year as a profit, not as a revenues, but as a profit for one province only. In the very first year, they get the contract for one municipality, but now today they get about that more than 10 contracts from the surrounding municipality in the province. So I think that would be a very good business. And then if they have a good business, then just knowing appropriate technologies, then they can invest that. They can do much more, and then they could be more sustainable. The municipality or the authorities would be the one just to regulate them, whether they can comply with the standard or not, whether that liquid effluent discharging into the environment according to the standard or not. If not, then there have to be penalties. But with the technologies, they are much better than the others. So that could be something that we can think of that on the sanitation part. And then you can see that they also can get the greenhouse gas, like methane gas, to generate the electricity using in the treatment plant themselves. So that would be another thing that we can reduce the greenhouse gas emission more. There are so many other technologies, not necessary to be only that the advanced technologies, conventional one. If you have enough area, enough investment, and then because of the private sectors, they would like to get more money, then they can do much more on that. Anyway, just to summarize that, the key takeaway, emerging challenge for sure that the fecal sludge management, there are many climate issues, climate crisis. The inclusive sanitations, we talked a lot in these 2 days, but whether we integrate properly the low-income communities and how to. I think Professor Mira and Professor Dinesh did very nicely that. But in the other countries, how to do that? What are the others problems? And then whether we should include the other subject like solid waste and gray water or not. Sanitation should not be only the black water. But what about the gray water? What about the solid waste? That are coming, the problems too. Then I would offer that this is the sustainable model of innovations or not. Thinking about the financing, so profitable business is one of them. But what about the whole life cycle cost of the sanitation system? What are they and how we can manage that? And then the technologies, we can think about the advanced and nature-based solutions. There are so many opportunities that we can do. Of course, I'm receiving the Gates Foundation grant as well, but I'm not so convinced that everywhere we should use the RT like Barbara, there would be many other options, but for sure, if any appropriate situation, yes, the RT, the OP can be used as well. Then the other thing is that I would propose more on this forum is about the carbon sequestration of the fecal sludge. Not necessary to be only the biochar. There are so many other things. Just simply apply into the land, like in the bamboo farms. It is naturally sequestration into the land, into the farms. I used to talk with the ADB officers in China that, yes, they have a big fecal sludge from Beijing, and the Beijing having desertations. Why don't you use that fecal sludge into the desert area? Then you slowly reforestation using the rich nitrogen and phosphorus. That would be another way of the sequestration of fecal sludge, or integrate into the digital public infrastructures that we can help much easier, much more efficient in the planning process. Then last but not the least, if we have a good sensors, I'm sure that many of you are very keen on that sensor technology. Why don't we use the IoT in our system, the Internet of Toilets that we have? Good. And then last but not the least, beyond SDG, what should we do more? I would propose that we may need to revisit the terminology, so-called sustainable or inclusive in the sanitations. And then we should not just prevent the negative impacts. Instead, why don't we create the positive impacts out of our sanitation system? The second one is that whether we consider the regenerations of the existing sanitation system. We may have centralized, decentralized, we may use that conventional septic tank, but how we can regenerate them. We should not just destroy them and then replace with the RT, for example. Should not. But how we can regenerate the existing one. Even we have the drainage, how we can efficiently use or employ that the drainage system, existing drainage system, to be more efficient. That's why I would like to propose to this forum that regenerative sanitation as a new terms. Because nowadays in other areas like medicine, agriculture, business, and design, there are many new concepts, so-called regenerative medicine, for example, that you yourself, you can regenerate, for example, the tissue or the DNA. If you can correct that, then this is so-called regenerative medicines. Or the regenerative agricultures, they relies on that, the more biodiversity. So why not using a certain technologies that we can even sequester the carbon through the fecal sludge? The technologies that the Chinese they did in the past couple of decades, that's not so bad. But if we know that this is the problems, why don't we use the technologies that to prevent the disease coming from the carbon sequestration techniques? Then the regenerative business as well. There could be the regenerative value creation or the design. I'm sure that the student, the faculty member from the CEPT University, you are planning. If you can plan in advance for that, instead of the sustainable design, it could be regenerative design. Thinking about that, how we can do and create more positive impacts. Thank you very much, and may the toilet be with you. Good questions can get.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Thamrat, for such a
morning, Dr. Thamra. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for your presentation. I wanted to know, when we are linking sanitation with climate change, what do you think about adding the description of reducing emission as part of safely sanitation? Can you hear me? Sorry. Okay, I'll repeat. When we are linking sanitation to climate change, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Sorry. When we are linking sanitation to climate change, what do you think about adding the description of reducing emission as a part of safely managed sanitation definition, as this will bring focus in reducing emission as we progress towards safely managed sanitation? In a way, we are linking SDG 6 and 13. That's my question. Thank you.
Yeah, maybe we can take the second question, and then, yeah.
Can I ask my question?
Please, I think she will be.
Yes. No, you can't ask. You are being recorded.
Thank you very much. Really brilliant presentation and high point of the 2 days. 2 questions. One is, in all this, I agree with you all the complexity of supply, but shouldn't there be a parallel thing on downstream, the impact in the absence or in the presence of, sustainable or inclusive? Second very important question and linked, you talked about private sector and profit, but isn't this a public good? And shouldn't we first establish a robust public good before we go into the private? The private has a lot of disrepute in this country. So how do we tackle that?
I think we can take this question first. And then,
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. I think that starting from the question on that whether safely managed sanitation, including the carbon emissions risk or not, I do not really like to have it. Even if just the safely managed, it is a very high bar already that many countries cannot get to that bar. But maybe after 2030s, we may have another bar to catch up. That all the PA from the UN may have another terminology that we have to catch up much more than that. So for the time being, I think just safely managed sanitation is more than enough. Regarding the public goods, I think I quite agree with that. That should be the public goods that we have to manage, but the sanitations, the products, it feels not so good, right? We feel badly about, okay, this is sanitation, we do not talk about it, it is under the table, under the floor that we would not wish to see. If we can turn it out to be the more profitable or more valuable products or goods, turned from from the bad to the good things, then it could be the way to go. Apart from that, try to compliance with the standards. I'm thinking about that, discuss with my team, my PhD student, talking about that. We can get the very good the carbon sequestrations, then we can get the carbon credits, that another profitables. But why don't we think about that from the health issues, the health point of view, that how much the DALI that we can reduce per year if we invest. I think in the past, World Bank also thinking about that $1 can get about $8 return. But if we can explicitly share that to the government, say that, hey, if we invest $1 for the fecal sludge management, how many years of the DALIs we can get instead of that having the diarrhea, having the many others. So that could be the DALI credits instead of the carbon credits. Then we can get more benefits, and then there would be more investor to invest in the investment.
Yeah, thank you. I think we can take one more question from there.
Thank you very much. I have a question which is kind of for everybody, really. It's about how we currently try to generate demand for safely managed sanitation, and at the same time how we kind of struggle to get investment. So at the moment, we target people who don't have very much money to spend the little they have on sanitation. And Dr. Varamuthy, in his presentation, said that maybe we should prompt and frighten the wealthier and more powerful of the impact of what they have to lose from sanitation-led conflict. And then you yourself mentioned that the banks struggle to see how they will get a return on sanitation. So should we be doing more to identify those potential wealthier losers if nothing more is done, if we don't change the way sanitation is done, to try to target kind of new revenue, new sources of income to invest in sanitation? Thank you.
That's the big questions, that how we can turn the sanitation to be more attractive. Like Mr. Jack Sims from the World Toilet Organizations, he always said that the shit is always sexy. If it is sexy, then there will be many people interested, and then they either invest or change the behaviors. But how to? We may need to explore that from those people in the, maybe outside from this room, not just only science or the planning or the health experts, but we may need to consult with the Hollywood, Bollywood people, said, hey, if you would like to get that into the sense of the people and then try to change and create more demands, I think that's beyond our forum here, that to change the people behaviors, that's not the easiest. We may need maybe thousands of that influencers around the world to talk more on that, not just only Mr. Jack Sims, but we need more on that, like Jay Bhagwan, we have to copy paste of him to the Southeast Asia, to other countries too. So I think that should be done more and invest more. Yeah.
Thank you. I think, one more question, I think we can take it.
Hello, I am Priyamvada. I'm from the Urban Management Center. My question is, what is the interface that exists between the government and the research and innovation that is happening, and how is it implemented at the city level? What are the platforms where these two, research and government interests, coalesce?
Okay. Well, there are many platforms that we try to create, and of course the Gates Foundation's grant is one of the platform that when you have good innovations, they always try to create the pilot test or the demonstration testings. The question is that how we can ensure that after testings it is sustained or not. I think there are so many pilot testing in Africa. I think Jay Bhagwan is one of them that testings a lot of the technologies. But after that, after no Gates Foundation money, what next? Whether it is tactic to get the people buy it or not, and then ensure that it is workable, and then in terms of that operation and maintenance, who will do that, who will cover the cost. I think that would be more things that we have to learn more, and how to use that, like the many other technology innovations. We can develop many things, but many things are failed as well. Maybe only one sustain, but that's good enough. That if we can produce more and then create more demands, then it would be more platform to test.
Thank you, Prof, for your presentation. We learned about lot about what you have explained. So please, I am Celestine Defo, Associate Professor, Water Engineering and Sanitation at the University of Ebolova, South Cameroon. Please, I learned about the complexity of fecal sludge management chain, and you have experience in Asia and Africa. But I would like to know the main constraints that you face while conducting projects in sub-Saharan Africa compared to the challenge in Asia region, because I know that the environment is not the same, and we are facing a lot of social cultural problems that affects very much the management of wash, including climate change. So I would like to learn from your experience in Africa, the constraints and how you you have faced them. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Even if I have been once in Cameroon, but I'm not specialized and not so well in the African FECAL sludge management. I think Jay Bakwan and Barbara should know better than I am. But anyway, I think the challenges either in South Africa, in the Sub-Saharan Africa, is quite the same. To my opinion, is that the emptying services is that the key. If you cannot do the optimized emptying service and accessible to the people, then you cannot do nothing. If you would like to invest a very advanced technology, or you would like to get that showcase of the anaerobic system, but if you are poor in that emptying service, then it's useless. Like the schedule or the unscheduled sludge emptying services. That the things that we have to starting to apply. And then if we have the same as for the wastewater treatment system, if we know that the constant flow, the flow that will come every day, and ensure that in the system you can get the benefit out of that, then you can invest. But if you don't know, you just on-call service, well, you just call and then you don't know how to optimize that. That's quite a difficulty parts of that. And then the technologies, also the other challenging that in the past we talked about the reinvented toilets. In the past we talked about the FECAL sludge treatment system. Then the many of investment are there, but very few on that FECAL sludge emptying services. There are a certain investment in Africa that try to do so-called at that time omni ingester, but it's not that coming to the practice. Why don't we have the truck that can treat the FECAL sludge at the same time? Why not? Yeah, that could be the things. If we can do that, that could reduce a lot of problems, lots of that, the transportation costs, as well as many other fractions. But we haven't do that much yet. So likewise, in the centralized system, the silver is the main cost. In the FECAL sludge management system, the collection system, emptying system is the main cause of the investment, not the treatment, not the containment. Right.
Thank you, Dr. Thamrat, and thanks to all the present in the room for making this session very lively, interactive, and also I think culminating into more questions, which we'll take up forward into the tea breaks and something. Nevertheless, I will invite Aditi to do honor and present the memento to Dr. Thamrat on behalf of. Thank you, everyone. Yeah. Dinesh. Yeah.
So may I invite the one who asked the questions to get this?
I think Dr. Thamrat is available at the tea break and till evening. He will be here tomorrow as well. So please ask him more questions, and thank you very much again. We just have a brief session on introducing to the participant the FSM Alliance. It's an acronym that stands for National Fecal Sludge and Septage Management Alliance of India. The reason we are doing this is that participants from other countries can also try and see if similar alliances can be set up in your own country. And
Nandita. From UNICEF team, Tejas or Krati, whoever is available. But yeah, thank you everyone for being here. And I think from Washa, Shashanka sir has left, so he won't be here. But in case Shashanka sir, you're here, please do join in. And yes, and we have Sakshi Gudwani. So just to give you all an objective of what this quick session is about, right? We are talking about one of the key things in urban governance, something that we also heard a lot from the speakers yesterday, which is municipal strengthening. But before we get into the report, before we get into the recommendations that we have, I would like to introduce Sakshi Gudwani. Sakshi Gudwani works with the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation as a senior program officer and manages the foundation's WASH program in India. She has a diverse set of experiences that span across private, public, and non-profit sector, with a special focus on policy and program design, institutional strengthening, and strategic communications. Before joining the foundation, she worked with the Boston Consultancy Group, and she has a background in engineering. With that, Sakshi, I would invite you to introduce the Alliance. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you see me, hear me?
Yes, we can.
I'm sorry to not be there in person, but I can see from that small widget on my camera that it seems to be a very well-attended conclave. So I'm missing out on a big deal. Maybe just, I thought I could do a quick introduction of what we very proudly call the National Fecal Sludge and Septage Management Alliance, the NFSSM Alliance. I have a few slides to use for the introduction. I don't know if those are coming up at your end.
Yes, actually, we'll just put up the slides over here also.
Okay, thank you. Great. Thank you. This is the Alliance brand. You probably would have seen, hopefully, this logo represented across different documents and conversations that you've had in the last 2 days, but also in previous conferences. But very quickly, if we can move to the next slide, the NFSSM Alliance is actually a collective think tank of over 30 sectoral experts in the area of sanitation. We all came together back in 2016 to set up this alliance so that we could support the government on the inclusive sanitation agenda. Back then, it squarely focused on fecal sludge management, but now our vision and aspiration has evolved to become a little bit more broader, with each and every Indian city hopefully managing its human waste by 2030. It's a fairly aspirational goal, but it's an urgent goal from our side. The NFSSM Alliance had these 30 organizations which are across different thematic areas, experts across different regions and geographies, and collectively we've been able to inform policy. We've been able to engage at the central, state, and city governments. We've been able to document a lot of great practices that has helped scale up the sanitation infrastructure and hopefully now service delivery as we move forward. We've been focusing a lot more on making sure inclusive sanitation principles are embedded across policy, across guidelines. Focus moves from infrastructure to service delivery, and a lot more now on making sure that newer innovations, advancements are also recognized and disseminated, because to reach this goal, the only way we can leapfrog is through more innovative solutions coming from all across the sector and getting disseminated at scale. So that's what the NFSSM Alliance stands for. Next slide, please. This is just a quick snapshot of just how pan-India we are. A lot of our partners have extended themselves to support different states and cities and regions in country. And like I said before, also have broader expertise, but also in-depth expertise across different areas like sanitation workers safety, like service level benchmarks, like data systems, technology, capacity building, so on and so forth. I won't get into that because that'll take away all of my 5 minutes. But this is a snapshot for you to see how this one alliance, one platform garners practices and expertise from so many sector leaders in one place and so many thematic experts in one place. And this is what we believe the collaborative action can help us achieve this aspirational goal. Next slide, please. While we are 30 plus organizations, we do believe in being fairly agile, listening to what the sector is signaling, what the demands and gaps in the sector are. So like I said, back in 2016, we focused on FSM because we felt that was the biggest gap in the sector. Many small, medium cities did not have sanitation infrastructure. That's changed wonderfully. Now, FSM was our priority, but that's now moved from FSM to looking at more broadly infrastructure and service delivery across all cities and not just small, medium cities, and the focus on inclusion, making sure that the most vulnerable and the most marginalized should be at the center of service delivery and planning. So that's the evolution of how the Alliance has moved. The additional and the most important pillar now we are adding to even more seriously into this Alliance's agenda is the focus on innovation, is the focus on how do we adapt, especially now that you're talking about the climate and sanitation overlap. We need to see what kind of solutions are more climate resilient, how much are we contributing to climate change, and so on and so forth. So a lot of work and the conversations that have happened over the conclave, I believe, will feed into the evidence and the policy information that we'll be giving out. So thank you for doing such an important conversation, and I'm glad CEPT is hosting it in such a big way for the Global South. Next slide, please. This is again a snapshot of how we've been able to support governments in different aspects, whether it's documenting best practices, which is what you see on the middle column, where we've supported Niti Aayog with different practices on business models on FSM, but also something that we've been very, very proud of is supporting the government on having a national fecal sludge management policy that central government launched and then many states adopted as well. This is our way of operation. This is where we are able to be most strategic, consultative, and collaborative for scaled impact. Next slide, please. And this again is a more tangible outcome that has happened in the country for multiple reasons, and the Alliance has of course been a part of it, but independently different organizations who are members of the Alliance, but of course state and city governments have been able to scale up the sanitation infrastructure across many, many states. Some of them are not represented here, but these were the first 5 states to take off and do this in such a big way. I'm going to pause here, and I know that one of the areas of our best practices work is getting launched, and I'll hand it over to Jerry. But thank you for giving me this time.
Thank you so. Hello. Yeah, thank you so much, Sakshi, for that. Just as Sakshi was mentioning that the work that we have done in different states, right? How do we take the work that we have done deeper? One thing that kept coming up even yesterday was municipal strengthening in urban governance, right? So why is there a need for municipal strengthening? Can we just go to the next slide, please? So we know that the demand for urban infrastructure is increasing, given the accelerating rate at which India is also urbanizing. And also the government has made considerable investments in sanitation, especially over the last year. Now to translate these investments into sustainable service delivery models and sustainable service delivery enhancements, the need for municipal strengthening just comes up as a given. Recognizing the centrality of this strengthened municipal governance, the National Fecal Sludge and Septage Management Alliance has developed a report on municipal strengthening for improved urban services. If you can go to the next slide, please. The report highlights the need for strong governments, strong municipal governments, the key actionable recommendations that they can take, and also what are the challenges that these municipalities are facing, right? Just to quickly cover it, the actionable recommendations provided in this document are around service delivery, strengthening municipal finances, and strengthening municipal administration and inclusive governance. I think with that, I would like to launch, with all the dignitaries present on the stage, the report on municipal strengthening for improved urban services. And I would also like to call upon Meera ma'am, who was instrumental in developing this report with the NFSM Alliance. Can we just go to the first slide, please, the logo slide? We also have a short video on basically telling you what the report is all about. I would request everyone to take this seat so that I can also enjoy the video. We also have a small standee outside with the QR code. If you all want to directly download it on your devices, you all can just scan the QR code and you will get it.
Welcome to
You can play the video, please.
Dashpur, one of the most beautiful, resilient and efficient cities in India. Dashpur is a city where sanitation and waste are managed efficiently, where you have clean water at the turn of a tap, and where the only worry children have is choosing which park to play in today. But Dashpur wasn't always the paragon of perfection you see before you today. It had all the problems that plague many small cities and towns in India that arise primarily due to lack of resources with its city government and inefficient service delivery. The problems such as inadequate devolution of power and authority, lack of administrative capacity, and insufficient funding also led to several other problems that affected the lives of the residents of Dashpur. And its residents waited and waited for a hero to come and solve their problem. They waited and waited some more. Till one day, an enterprising young citizen leader hit upon an idea that would change Dashpur forever. Like a bolt out of the blue, it struck her that the solutions to Dashpur's problems were within Dashpur all along. She realized that the solutions to Dashpur's problems lay in unleashing the full potential of Dashpur's municipality or its urban local body. So how did Dashpur empower its urban local body to tackle these issues? It did so by asking their municipal body to focus on 3 key areas and showing them how addressing these areas would change their lives completely. Solution 1. Dashpur shifted focus from infrastructure creation to inclusive service delivery. Dashpur developed performance assessment systems and community-led platforms to monitor service delivery. The city officials actively use these tools to ensure inclusive access. With a service delivery approach to reach the last mile, Dashpur has achieved a good quality of life for everyone, regardless of socio-economic divisions. Solution 2. To enhance Dashpur's capacity for inclusive service delivery, they focused on strengthening municipal finances. Dashpur did this by creating avenues for it to increase collection of its own revenues through taxes, user charges, and fees. In fact, the state and national government supported this city, ensuring intergovernmental transfers by transferring larger untied funds and grants in a predictable manner. Overall, municipal financial strengthening has to have greater autonomy and capacity to deliver effective services. Solution 3 for Dashpur was a dedicated effort on strengthening municipal administration and ensuring inclusive governance. This meant consolidating the efforts of many agencies and parastatals involved in municipal service delivery with a single central urban local body, allowing for greater accountability towards its citizens' needs. The municipal body improved inclusion in leadership and decision-making by increasing representation of marginalized communities in municipal planning. Dashpur has consistently invested in building technical capacity of municipal staff through training and outsourcing work. And lastly, the city maintains strict records, review processes, and financial management systems embedded with necessary technology and tools. All in all, Dashpur now has the right human resources, technical resources, formal processes and structures to serve all its citizens with transparency and quality. Dashpur isn't a dream, but a potential reality for all cities and towns in India. By following these key steps, they can be just as beautiful, efficient and resilient. These recommendations by the NFSSM Alliance ensure devolution of authority, power and finances to local bodies so that they have the capacity and autonomy to deliver services that are inclusive, equitable and efficient.
This report also highlights, as it mentions, the need for strong municipal governments, and it's basically made by a collaborative effort of the NFSM Alliance members, including CWAS, Indian Institute of Human Settlement, EY, EY India, Urban Management Center, Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, and DASRA. With that, if you could just go to the last slide, we have a QR code. You all can just scan it over here in case you all want a copy of the report. And I would also like to thank Sakshi for taking out time and introducing the Alliance and joining this session. With that, I think you all can now enjoy your tea break. Thank you. Sorry, Dinesh sir has something to speak.
No, enjoy the tea break, but remember that at 11 o'clock we start the parallel sessions. So please go to the rooms where you intend to be, and then be back here by 12:45 for the last keynote address of Juliet. So thank you. Enjoy the tea.
heard quite a lot in the different keynotes about mitigation, and including Barbara's presentation yesterday, but today I'll really be focusing in on adaptation. And I think we need to do the two together, and definitely the latest IPCC report says we must work on both together. But as we face a future with at least 1.5 degrees, or yesterday we heard it could even be much more and much more catastrophic, then we need to really be starting to think about adaptation. But when we think of adaptation, these concepts that I'm going to focus on today of risk and resilience, we need to clarify in our mind, what do we mean when we use these terms? These 2 days, we've used them many, many times, but have we thought about what we mean by them? And are we talking the same language, or is one person talking about risk in one way and another person in another way? So this presentation is to try and bring us to a more common understanding of these two terms, and also to say, well, what direction does that point us? What kinds of actions do we need to take for adaptation based on the way we understand these two concepts? So I'll be drawing on a range of different research projects in this presentation. They're all available with outputs on the website in the corner, and you'll have the slides. So don't worry about taking notes or not being able to catch something. You'll be able to read further afterwards if you're interested. So starting with my key messages, because I know your hunger is going to get the better of you at some point while I'm talking, I should say these here first. So to begin with, risk and resilience, they're critical concepts. People define them in many, many different ways. And so you need to be aware of this, that when you read one definition, it will be different to another one you read somewhere else. But they have flow-on consequences for what we deem is important or what we choose to prioritize. My second message is about, we need to think about resilience of what? Not just resilience in general, but when we're talking about water and sanitation services, what matters? And here I would say there are at least 4, possibly more, areas of resilience that we need to cover. We need to think about the ecosystem and the water resource environment. We need to think about the infrastructure and the technology and its resilience. We need to think about the wider service system that provides services. And we need to think about societal and broader community resilience. And all of those 4 are important. My last message is that out of the myriad of different definitions that have happened over time, I think you'll find that the definitions for risk and resilience that are in the latest IPCC report are really helpful. There are many, many scientists and other stakeholders who've sat for many hours in meetings distilling different ideas from different directions to try and come up with comprehensive but not too complex definitions that we can use. And so I would urge people to use these latest definitions rather than ones in the past. And I'll explain a bit more about why during this presentation. So the varied definitions. I'm going to start with what you think these definitions are. So please take out your phone. I hope you all have phones. Yes, everyone's been talking about everyone has a phone but not a toilet. I think everyone has a phone. So use the QR code. If you have trouble with that, then you can also type in to go to www.menti.com, and then you put in the code of the number 33085821. So we'll just have a little pause to give people time. There are 3 questions you will find there, and you should be able to move from one to the next if I've set it up correctly. Can I get feedback to know if that's working okay for people? Hey? Yes, it first asks you, how are you today? Yeah. So can I ask Asim, don't show the results quite yet. I'd like people to, yeah, we can leave it on this one. I don't want people to be influenced by other people's opinions as they do the other 2 questions. Thank you. I'm glad we've got lots of great, good, happy people in the room. curious, excited, overwhelmed, peaceful, fresh. And there's a few people are hungry, but maybe less than I was worried about when I saw the timing of this presentation. Okay, have people finished all three questions? Can you put up your hand if you've finished? Because you need to press to move to next. So a few people have finished all three. They take a little bit of reading, the responses. Okay, most people finished. Still a few people looking at their phones, but maybe they've moved on to emails or something else. I hope not. Okay, I think maybe we can go ahead to take a look. Okay, so we have most people who are focused on the more complex definition of risk, and also quite a spread with some people focused on the first 3 or 4 definitions, and particularly the fourth one, that it's a combination. Okay, and the next one. Interesting. Okay, so we have a strong focus on dealing with complex ecological and human systems, but also a lot of people who think we need to focus on the people and agency aspects, and also some people who think that we need to focus more on how we address the different impacts on services. Okay, so if we can move back to the presentation. Thank you for contributing those ideas, and it's always interesting to see where people's thinking is at and where we have ideas in common and where they may be different. I can no longer click. Okay, so the definitions that were in there around risk, they started with the idea which came very much from the physical sciences and natural hazards field, which was about, it's just about the likelihood of an event and severity. And we saw that not so many people thought it was that simple. And that's right, because over time people realized that maybe that you have the same event, but different outcomes for different people. And that's when the idea of what's people's capacity to respond, and that was brought into the definitions in that natural disaster field. But then as we moved on to this idea of vulnerability, it was the influence of the social sciences and people who said that it is structural inequalities, it's the way we have our human world set up that's leading to these different impacts on people. It's not just purely something that happens at a physical level. And then in 2015, we had the Sendai framework, again from the disaster risk reduction field. But this framework has been very, very influential in the WASH sector. And you find many definitions, if you look at the different frameworks that are used by our sector, most of them come back to this type of definition. But it was pleasing to see that many of you, and maybe I gave it away, that many people said that they thought that risk should be defined in this more complex way, which is about dynamic interactions. It's not just a function of, but it's something that's changing all the time, this interaction between exposure, the vulnerability of different groups, and the actual climate hazards. So the elaborated definition, that was a short version of the IPCC one, it also includes other elements. So it includes the idea that it's resilience for what? And that's a values question as to what we think should be sustained, what kind of system we want to keep resilient. And that's they bring in this idea of diversity of values and objectives, and that we need to be conscious that those may differ between different people. Then you have the part which I included in the Menti about the hazards, but they also mention uncertainty and that the likelihood, etc., is going to change over time. And these are critical elements of risk that I think in the WASH sector so far we haven't really taken on. There's a lot of engineers in our sector, as we know, and there's a lot of, thinking that we can predict and therefore we can manage. But climate change brings with it inherent uncertainty, and that needs different ways of thinking about how we proceed with resilience. Next, moving to the question that I gave on resilience and how do we build resilience. In the climate change adaptation literature, if you go back again into the history of this literature, you find that there are some different streams that come from different disciplines. And firstly, there is a stream which is from that same direction of thinking if we can predict with many scenarios what's going to happen, then we'll be able to plan and mitigate and manage it. And this is, again, it's often a dominant view in our sector. There's another stream of thinking that's called contextual vulnerability, which places more the structural inequalities at the very center. And it says we cannot deal and come up with resilient solutions unless we take this as the starting point. And thirdly, the third perspective comes more from ecology and ecological systems, and then advanced into looking at ecological social systems, or SES, socio-ecological systems. And that's about how systems operate and different feedback loops, ideas around self-organization, around diversity and flexibility. And you can see how all these different ideas, in what probably you've understood resilience to be, how these different ideas might feature. And if you look at each of these perspectives, they have different concepts, they have different systems at their center. They also take us in quite different directions in terms of action. And that's what I think is really important, and why I think it's good to trace back our thinking, because it will be influencing what we choose to do and how we choose to invest. So if we focus more on risk hazard, it's likely to lead us more to ideas around climate proofing, around technological solutions. If we focus more on socio-ecological, it will be about operationalizing different governance structures that work across social and physical systems. And if we draw from the contextual vulnerability, we'll be much more working on addressing inequalities. So these three perspectives have an influence then for water and sanitation. They might leave us, I guess, similarly to these different focuses. On the infrastructure and the water resources, if we're thinking through a risk hazard lens, on the people and the inequalities that may eventuate with the second lens, and on the interaction between these two systems and how we deal with uncertainty if we use that third perspective. So the IPCC definition, as I said, it tries to integrate from many different directions, and you can see in this definition some of the ideas that come from those three threads. So we see that they say that it's interconnected social, ecological, and economic systems. So they're talking about that comes more from that SES, socio-ecological systems, that we need to be able to cope, not just with events, but also with the trends. And again, the disaster thinking about risk was very much about events, but it's not just events that climate change is bringing, it's also ongoing trends and I guess cumulative effects that will mount up over time. And the last point is a really important one. Often people that think that resilience is something that's really good, and we imagine it's something positive. You know, we say I'm resilient, or a society is resilient. But resilient can mean it holds something in the same place. And if that place that you're at is not helpful and not working for a person or a society, we would actually want it to change. And so IPCC have added this last clause, which says it's positive when you're still able to adapt and transform. It's not about staying stuck and trying to keep the status quo. It's actually that we may need to continue to change over time. And that comes back to that idea of uncertainty. We don't know what's going to happen, so we're going to have to continue to adapt. We can't just plan a solution now for 50 years from now, because we don't know what the world will look like. And so, taking this idea a little further, resilience to what? In the definition in the IPCC, it's about resilience to different climate hazards. Resilience for what? For us in the WASH sector, it's about providing a basic service to humans, but also broader benefits. But what are these parts of what? Resilience of what? And here I say there's these 4 areas that we need to look at: the broader environment and ecosystem, the technologies that we use and infrastructure that we put into place and how that interrelates with the broader ecosystem. Then there's the broader WASH service system, which includes the governance, the financing, the institutions, the people, the water and sanitation workers. And then that sits within a broader societal frame. And we need to think about resilience of each of these parts and then think about the interrelationships between them. So I'm going to give just a couple of examples of each of these, of recent work that we've done. It's not a holistic picture of everything you could do to think about resilience for each of these, but it's just some illustrative examples. So firstly, resilience in the wider ecosystem and the water resources. So some work we've done is focused on how can we better understand the climate risks that are coming up in the wider water resource management. And listening to the different presentations these 2 days, it's clear that as a WASH sector, we're starting to think much more about the interrelationship between the natural ecosystem and the man-made human service side. And so we undertook work to develop a set of different tools and indicators that can help track changes in the environment. We don't always know what's going to happen long into the future, but if we're tracking trends over time, then it can give us information to respond. And as we know, there's burgeoning quantities of information of all sorts of types: remote sensing of different types, different national data sets, different global data sets. You can even find global groundwater data. There's so much information that we as a sector could be drawing on, and I don't think we've yet optimized that. We haven't yet thought what new kinds of information actually could be informing our decisions. And so the work we did came up with a range of different types of indicators. They're not completely comprehensive, but they're a possible starting point for some obvious ones that we think are relevant to the water and sanitation sector. And there is a resource which you can draw on that shares these indicators. And importantly, the indicators only tell you what the current status is of the physical environment. But the question as to what level of risk do we tolerate, who's going to be impacted by these different changes, those are social related questions, and we need our broader frameworks of risk and resilience to deal with those. So moving on to resilience of a technology or an infrastructure. So here in the nested system, here I'd like to share some work which Brian referred to yesterday, which is some work to think systematically about how do we develop technologies that are going to be well suited to different climate hazards. And so we've developed an approach. It starts with scoping. It then goes through a set of questions around what kind of hazards might occur, what kind of design features might a sanitation technology take on in order to deal with those different hazards, and what does that mean for the overall resilience of the technology. And it's an Excel tool, but we use the word tool. It's really a methodology to help you think through an important set of questions that we all should be thinking about for any technology we're putting in place. So it was developed around sanitation technologies, but actually the questions, you could use them for any water or sanitation technology. And so first of all, the scope, we focus just on a certain part of a sanitation system. Is it the collection system, or is it just the treatment system, etc.? So you define some analytical boundaries. You then pick from a set of different possible climate hazards and trends that might be important in a place where the technology will be implemented. Whoops. You think then not just what's the climate hazard, so that might be, say, a flood, but what does a flood do? How does it act on an actual sanitation system? And it might be pressure, it might be that you have inflow into it. These are the actual physical things that happen and that impact the infrastructure or technology. And building on literature, here we drew on literature on infrastructure resilience, so from many sectors, not just from water and sanitation. And we compiled out of these different frameworks in like transport sector, in the building sector, a set of different design features that are said to be important for resilience. And you can see there's a set of categories on the left. Sometimes we're trying to avoid letting an infrastructure be exposed. Other times it's about withstanding the exposure. It's saying, okay, it's going to be exposed, what are we going to do? Flexibility and enabling flexibility. If it breaks, how are we going to contain the failure? How are we going to reduce, for instance, for a sanitation technology, the public health impact for when it does fail? And that's about knowing that we can't climate-proof everything, we can't build everything to the ultimate standard that will withstand all climate hazards. We are going to need to think about what the failures are and how we will reduce them. So there are these different categories, different design features, and lots of different possibilities for sanitation systems. You can raise the system. You might need to raise not just the interface, but also an outlet pipe. You can, you can think about having systems that are more portable. We're going to move them. There's going to be a flood. Let's move a system. Or how can we have no or low inputs? And we heard Brian mention yesterday technologies that don't require water or very low amounts of water, and we know also container-based sanitation is another example where you have very no or very low inputs. You can build in redundancy and diversity to the way you design your system, having parts of it in parallel rather than in sequence, and so on. But the thing with these design features, there are many of them, but it's not about saying, okay, let's build in every single one of these design features. There may be trade-offs between them. If you bury your technology, maybe you can't stop the impact of a flood. Or if you build it stronger, the cost will go up. So it's not necessarily about building them all in. It's making a judgment about what's going to be useful in a particular context. And lastly, the tool takes you through a process that aggregates how a technology that you've input into the tool and what kind of resilience we would expect against different hazards, whether that be precipitation, flooding, etc., different hazards. So as I said, it's just an example. I'm sure there are many other types of thinking that are important for resilience in terms of infrastructure and technology. But moving on to the service system. So that technology exists in a much wider system. And here I'll share some recent research that are about the broader system of how we provide services, how we fund and govern them. So my example here is from Indonesia, and those of you who are in one of the sessions just now will have heard a little bit more about this study. We've been looking at the rural water systems in Indonesia, which is a very disaster-prone country, areas with drought, areas with very intense rainfall, not to mention non-climatic hazards like earthquakes. And so we found that huge numbers of rural water supply systems are definitely at risk. And this is something that needs to be planned for and something that national and local governments need to think further about. And we are working on a tool in collaboration with the national government to try and look at how we can monitor or assess how resilient those services are at the local level. And these are community-managed systems. So this is an example from East Sumba, which is in the far east of Indonesia. And these dimensions of resilience, these were developed through a national framework. And so we adopted the government's framework and added a few of our own ideas, but tried to take what they thought was important for resilience. And we can see that some areas, things are not too bad in East Sumba. They're not ideal. Ideally, we would have the line would be right out to the edges. But we can see that there is some ability to assess risk. There are some personnel who have some climate literacy. They are already working to conserve and manage resources in some ways. But we also see that there's some really big problems, and these are the problems that we need to address at the next levels up of governance and management of the system. These are things that can't just be solved by the communities who are managing these systems, and particularly the responsive funding. So there were so many systems which had broken because of floods and mud coming into the intake, And the community was left with not being sure how to manage it. The costs were well beyond anything they could manage with the existing water tariffs, but there's no responsive mechanism to be able to refinance and rebuild larger parts of the infrastructure. There was also very little engagement with other disaster initiatives. There was little thought about how to plan for emergencies that we know are going to happen. And moving to sanitation, a parallel example is some work we did in 4 cities in Indonesia, where we found very high levels of disruption to services due to climate hazards, problems in emptying, problems in access to toilets, a lot of distress, particularly for female household members. And when we talked to local governments about what they were doing, there were already some actions. They'd been building barriers in the fecal sludge treatment plant to prevent flood risk. There was some preemptive emptying in some cities, but not all. But in general, we found quite low levels of awareness. We found unclear responsibilities around response to these climate impact. Lots of fantastic data that could be used to plan for the risks, but it's not consolidated, it's not being used for that purpose. And allocation of funding, as I mentioned, similar to rural water supply, it's not done in a responsive manner. And so from workshops with those 4 cities, we looked at the data about what were the impacts in their cities. We spent time working with them to prioritize what they thought were the biggest risks, and we developed ideas about what kind of adaptation actions might they take. And we tried to use those different frames that I started off with to help think through what the different adaptation actions might be, and developed a framework which we think is at least a working model of some of the elements you might need to have a more climate resilient urban sanitation system. So having it better informed by risk and vulnerability, making sure you have that ongoing adaptation and monitoring so that you can keep on learning, and thinking about the water cycle as a whole, making sure the financing isn't just about, I guess at the moment, you need to have potentially extra investments if you're going to make your infrastructure or services more resilient, but also the financing for disaster response for when we know that systems won't be able to withstand a climate hazard. User and societal engagement of different types, but trying to build on what people are already doing, not telling them climate change is this terrible, awful thing that's coming to hit us, but what are you already doing to cope? Is that helping? Is that protecting health? Is there something that needs to be changed about it? How can we build on the ways that people are coping? And lastly, the infrastructure being either robust or quickly repairable and operated in flexible manners. So finally, to the 4th area of resilience of what? So resilience at the community or broader societal level. And here I just want to share a little bit from my experience at COP last year. I was lucky to be able to attend COP last year and to contribute to a process around the global goal around adaptation. And over the course of that week, spent a lot of time in these negotiating rooms in the bottom left, hearing countries debate about whether or not they would agree to a framework to monitor adaptation at the global level, and whether such a thing could even be measured, and could we get agreement on what the framework would look like. And after long discussions well into the night, many nights that week, we did end up with agreement. And the most important thing for us working in water and sanitation is that they agreed to a set of thematic targets. And the first amongst those is water. And that isn't just only water, we also managed to include climate resilient sanitation, and to bring that language there, as we heard about this morning, sanitation often in the shadow of water, but to ensure that those basic things that we know are important for a resilient society, but in previous climate discussions had sort of been ignored. It was only, we just need to make more water efficient systems, or much narrower ideas about how water should feature in adaptation. But here it was really the voice of the Global South that managed to get water included. And lastly, some work we've been doing with UNICEF in the East Asia region. They wanted to look at, well, what contribution could or should or can we try and have for WASH to make to broader community resilience. And we've combed through not all, but a lot of literature, many review papers about frameworks of how do you measure, monitor community resilience or resilience at the societal level. Most of that literature is focused in the global north. It's set up around ideas of services that already function, etc. And so we also integrated into our thinking a lot of the frameworks that come from the development sector, so that issues of equality and poverty were also included, even though those were absent from those in the academic sphere. So this work is ongoing, and we are hoping to look more within a range of different programs about those interlinkages. And we already, I think in many of the sessions I've been to, we keep hearing about those interlinkages. So Vishwanath was just sharing in Bangalore, we're looking not just at the water for the water supply, but also for food security. And how do we integrate water and sanitation into wider societal systems? How do we value the waste products from sanitation, as was discussed this morning? So coming to the end of my presentation, just want to come back to the messages, which were about that we need to think a little more about how we're defining climate risk, how we're defining climate resilience, make sure that we're thinking across those different areas of resilience of the resource space, resilience of the infrastructure, resilience of the service system, and resilience of society. And each of those may be more or less important depending on your specific focus, but at least to be conscious of that broader picture and to make sure we're drawing on the latest definitions, which point us to not to broaden our ideas around resilience, and make sure they include the social and institutional dimensions, make sure they include uncertainty and that we can't predict necessarily what's going to happen. So I wanted to leave you with a quote from Gandhi. I was lucky enough to be able to visit the ashram, Sabarmati Ashram, a couple days ago, and I think the reason I included this is that resilience, I've found, is a really complicated concept, and it can all become a bit overwhelming. You can start to lose sight of what needs to be done because it feels like there are too many demands. And so coming back to quotes such as this, which are around thinking about who are we trying to serve, placing them at the forefront of our mind when we're making any decision about where and how we focus, and making sure that's what's driving us, not some other direction. And I think this can be really helpful in the face of all these different demands of what building climate resilient WASH might include. And lastly, I have a last Menti, and the reason for this is twofold. One reason is to give you some time to digest. I've been talking a lot. Have a think. You've heard these ideas now about risk, about resilience, and you have all your many rich own experiences of risk and resilience. What do you think that means is most critical and most important for climate resilient WASH? So that's the reason to ask this question to you, to give you a few moments to reflect. And for me, it's because there is a global network called Sanitation and Water for All, who are currently discussing, should we have an agreed definition in our sector about what is climate resilient WASH? And if so, what would that look like? And so this is a chance also to hear your ideas about what maybe could or should go into such a definition. So we'll just give a couple moments and then we can move to Q&A. Tim, if you want to share anything that's come in, maybe we can let it come up and at the same time do Q&A.
All right, while we keep looking at the interesting results, thank you very much for presenting a very detailed breakdown of the terms resilience, risk and adaptation, and asking fundamental questions, asking and addressing fundamental questions about these terms and presenting a cross-section of tools and techniques developed by UTS to both measure and design some of the systems around water and sanitation. So quickly, before we break for lunch, any questions? We can take a couple of questions and go to discussion after that.
Hello. Hi. First of all, congratulations on your amazing work. It's a very comprehensive framework, bringing together so many aspects of climate resilience into one framework. Speaking of climate resilience in terms of urban water management, the risks that our cities are going to face, they are also going to depend on how the climate hazards interact with urban forms. And the urban forms themselves are changing at a very rapid pace in response to the urbanization that most of our cities are seeing. So how do you take that into account, the changing urban forms, when you are estimating climate risks?
Take one more question.
Thank you for your excellent presentations. Know about more climate resilient structure. I'm a little bit confused myself, and then just want to know about we are talking the climate resilient structure in the urban. The developing country is like us, we need the more fund for this climate resilient structure. I just want to know how developing countries like Nepal, we are just facing the developing phase. Our government is local, province and federal level are struggling to make the normal structure over there because of the fund. At that time, how country like us can do lobby and advocacy to attract the development agency as they can invest in climate resilient structure over there? That is my one question. And another is, as a development worker like us, how we can convince the local government or other agency that can do structure in urban is they can make the profit if they invest in climate resilient structure in the long term. Is like SDG or others that government has already committed or already signed the document. They have to report to the international level also. If they change their mindset during the planning level and start to invest in climate resilient structure, what is the key words that they can convince and start to change their mind and start at practical levels? Thank you.
Okay, difficult questions, yeah? And I don't profess, I think, to have actual answers. I think that the question about urban form and that's changing, I think the ideas I was trying to present are methodologies and ways to analyze, and I think that alongside the ideas about monitoring what's going on in an ecosystem and the water resources. So we've heard many times here about water bodies in India drying up or not being included in the way the urban form is designed. I think we need ways of monitoring what's going on in the ecosystem and the broader environment, but we also need ways to be in touch with, like you say, the changes in the urban form, what direction they're taking, what is the implication of their direction for the resource base that we depend on. So I think there isn't kind of one answer. It's that we need to be thinking about the trends over time in each of these different aspects of development and look at the interactions and where they're leading us and whether they're leading us in a good direction that will sustain society and the environment in the future, or whether we need to shift and change track. So that's, I guess, what I would suggest. But I think, it's a very good question. And I know yesterday Jay also said, climate change isn't the big issue. It exaggerates existing issues. And that's, of course, correct. And at the same time, we also need to take it on because it's not just a small addition. I think it's actually a very big addition to the future that we're all looking at. On the question of how to advocate and to lobby, I think one of the things we need to get better at, and I think we heard Mr. Revi mention it yesterday, is being able to argue the case, whether it's through cost-benefit analysis, about the health impacts, about the different economic impacts of not having services. And that stands as well for not having climate resilient services. So we need to be able to think about what those negative consequences are, how do we give value to those, and how do we put that forward to decision makers. So I think it's not necessarily new thinking that's needed there, it's some of the same methods that we know might work to bring attention to the issues. And on the question of different ways of planning, a lot of work we've been doing that's Australian-based has been thinking about the idea of adaptive planning. And that's very different to, I guess, previous planning paradigms. It's much more about having cycles of planning where you allow things to evolve and where you monitor and assess and you change. You don't fix something too much in the long term, but you make plans that help hold your options open. So for instance, you might, a water utility might buy some land because they know they may need that land in the future. Maybe they won't need it, maybe they will need it, but you might invest in it early to give yourself an option in the future. And so different ways of thinking about how to deal with uncertainty is going to need to be part of our thinking, not just planning A, B, C, D in a very linear way, but how do we hold different options open depending on what the different climate hazards and impacts might be.
Hello, this is Tanvir from Bangladesh. So the question is that in the beginning of your presentation, you showed a very advanced definition of risk and resilience, which includes many factors. Now, when I look at the water safety plans and the sanitation safety plans, even the advanced latest publications, climate resilient WSPs and SSPs, how they evaluate the risk is not exactly how you frame it over there. So particularly absent is the consideration of the capacity of the institutions running or formulating the SSPs and WSPs. When I look at the World Bank or ADB climate screening tools, they also do not consider those factors that you also mentioned. It's a more traditional way of looking at severity, likelihood, multiply, and get the risk score. So there is definitely a gap here, and how do you want to advocate for that, and what's the kind of, how do you want to put this message forward? Because those are prevalent everywhere. Thank you.
Okay, one more question here.
Hi, I had a really interesting question, please. We talk about climate resilient water, and there's resilience for climate for whole communities, but actually, for the last 30, 40 years, we've been talking about inclusive water for women, for people with disabilities, for children, for the elderly, etc. So for example, that for people with disabilities we make accessible level access on the ground. But I think with climate change, these issues become more difficult to achieve. So the big question for you is, how do you make climate resilient wash also inclusive? Is it possible? How do you move forward to try and start to address this issue?
Great, thank you for both those questions. So first to Tanvir's question, you're absolutely right, and that things like climate resilient water safety planning, sanitation planning, they come, most of it uses very early definitions around risk. They're very focused on the physical wash system and not necessarily much on the social and institutional. There's already been work done, I guess, to focus on equity in those planning processes, but I don't think any of that goes far enough. And like you say, many other frameworks from other institutions still also, and I think they're mostly developed by engineers. They're coming from a particular disciplinary background that leads them to think in particular ways. And so to me, what we need to do is have a more diverse skill set in developing the tools that we're going to need in the future. We need to have different people around the table that will bring different ideas to the table. And one of the diagrams I've seen to do with resilience that I think is, actually probably should have added it, there's like a matrix of known knowns, the unknown knowns, the known unknowns, and the unknown unknowns. And it's a new paradigm to think of how do we plan services with so many known unknowns and unknown knowns and lots of unknown unknowns. And I think, as I say, we need to bring new thinking to the table. And I don't think those of us who are already involved in the sector necessarily have all the right ideas. We need to bring in other people who, more from social sciences perspectives, I think will help influence and change the way we think and plan. And to the question of is it possible to really develop inclusive climate resilient services? I hope so. If it's not, then yeah, I think what are we all here for? I think that it's a fundamental aspect, and why I think, to me, the contextual vulnerability perspective on resilience is so important, that we need processes as we develop, I guess, any of our tools, etc., participatory processes. And it's only with participation and voice and shifting power from where it's held to a wider set of people that we'll be able to develop more inclusive services.
All right. There are many, many other questions. I think we can take them during the lunch hour as we are running out of time. I'm sure everyone is hungry. So to conclude the session, I would like to call Jigisha Jaiswal to hand over the memento to Professor Willets. Thank you very much for the presentation.
Sorry, one last announcement. Actually, if you realize, some of our students are sitting back and they're doodling the entire event. They have put up the images on the white wall behind. If you can just share the screen. So please go and have a look at them. I think they have been working hard doodling for last 2 days. And also, I think many have shown interest yesterday to buy that souvenir of CEPT, which we call Mata Ki Pachadi. It's just opposite the registration desk. We have set up a counter where you can purchase that. So please go and buy that souvenir. This is the doodling that the team has been doing. They're still doodling that. So they're very excited to continue doing that. So please go have a look at this. And I think one of you may have lost the room key of Fairfield Marriott. So please go to the registration desk. Your room keys are there. Other instructions towards the end of the day. Thank you. So lunch is ready. Please be back in half an hour, max, or 45 minutes max. Yeah, thank you.
granted patents in wastewater treatment and sanitation systems. We have with us Professor Thamarath, whom we heard in the morning. May I please invite you? He's Professor in Environmental Engineering Management at Asian Institute of Technology. And he's also co-director of Global Water and Sanitation Center of AIT. And he has invented the solar septic tank. Next, I would like to invite upon Dr. Praveena Ji. She is the Project Director of Global Sanitation Center of Excellence at IIT Palakkad. The center is supported by BMGF and HDFC Parivartan. Besides all the research that she does, mentoring that she provides to the startups in sanitation area is her core focus. Thank you, Praveena. Would now like to invite Dr. Tanveer Ahmed. He is director of the Institute for Training Network at Bangladesh University of Engineering and Technology in Dhaka. And he's also a professor in Department of Civil Engineering. His focus is on national capacity building platforms that he leads in Bangladesh. Last but not the least, very distinguished, Dr. Celestine Defo. May I please invite you on the stage and take the seat. He's Associate Professor of Institute of Agriculture, Forestry, Water and Environment at University of Ibolowo in Cameroon. He also teaches at University in Burkina Faso and Algeria, and areas of focus are water, energy, climate change. So thank you very much, all of you, for making it. We also had Professor Narayanan from IIT Mumbai on the panel. He's unwell and he has conveyed his wishes to the event, and we would now proceed with the panel. The idea when we thought of this panel was to discuss about the emerging research areas in this sector and collectively then reflect on where are we heading as a group of professionals working in WASH and climate. And therefore, without much ado, I would request each of the distinguished panelists to take about 2 to 3 minutes with their opening on emerging areas of research in WASH and climate in your region or in your focus area. Also give a brief about your research and action research that you have conducted. Thank you so much. And we could start with Professor Liji.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon to one and all. Yes, okay, a lot of research is going on, okay, climate resilient WASH. In our own institute, okay, we have a center supported by Department of Science and Technology working on climate resilient coastal cities, okay, mostly looking into infrastructure. So I wanted to tell whatever the morning the presentations was going on here. Initially, Department of Science and Technology was not interested to include WASH or waste management as a part of that center, but we had to fight with them, and finally that also was a part of the center. And we were looking into what is happening to the infrastructure, WASH infrastructure in Chennai city, how resilient it is with climate, because we had a flood in 2015 and most of our wastewater treatment plants were underwater, and it took almost an year to revive that one. And you can imagine what is the impact it is creating on environment. So we are now looking into the vulnerability of the big and or centralized and decentralized systems, not only wastewater treatment plants, the solid waste management systems, septic tanks, pumping stations and all, and coming up with guidelines on how to locate the siting of these systems and all. So that is one type of a research our institute is doing, and many other institutes are partnering with us. And another one, we started in 2009 itself on decentralized wastewater management system. Ministry of Urban Development has set up a center of excellence at IIT Madras. So at that time itself, we were telling that, yes, climate change is there, water scarcity and water access is there. So instead of going for centralized systems, it is always better to have a combination of centralized, decentralized, and on-site sanitation systems to address the issues. And nowadays, we are focusing a lot on circular economy and valorization of waste material because we are coming from a water scarce area. Yes, flooding is a problem. It occurs every 5 years, but normally we don't have any water most of the time. So you know that if sufficient water is not there, sanitation, hygiene, everything will be getting affected. So we are looking into how can we recycle the water for indirect potable reuse. Vishwanathan was making a presentation today about what they are doing in Bangalore, but we are adopting something else. We are treating it and directly putting it into the tertiary treating, putting it into the lakes and reusing for drinking purpose after treatment. And whatever we have done in our own institute, the city is adopted and they have put up 2 plants, and now they are planning to go for around 240 million liters of water. So this is about the cities, but as academicians, we have more social responsibility. So we have a center known as CWAS-CRDF-CEPT. It is Water Management and Policy Center. So we are concentrating on action-oriented research and implementation in villages. So we are doing healthy and water sustainable villages, employing nature-based treatment systems and complete waste management, because if you want to be water secured or sustainable water management without waste management, it is not possible. So we are looking into that aspect. And recently, IIT Madras has started a sustainability school. So major emphasis is on climate change, water, energy, waste, and overarching principle of sustainability. So I'll stop here.
Thank you, Professor Tamara.
Thank you. I spent almost an hour this morning, so I would spend only 1 minute.
Yes, you have decided to donate your minutes to us.
Then I donate my minutes to my colleagues here that they can speak much more. But just like to share with you some ideas of the emerging areas that we are working at the Asian Institute of Technology, Thailand, that we are responsible not only Thailand, but in the region, South and Southeast Asia. So we quite having a broad range of the research. So on one hand, we doing the research that according to the Reinventing Toilets program, we try to reinvent and try to innovate new technologies associated to that, the reinventing toilet technologies, even if they are successfully commercialized in the way that they can do so. But my research would be that how can we reduce the cost of that kind of technologies? What are the possible processes that we can reduce the cost? For example, that the biochar is quite expensive in the system that Brian is sitting on that. What are the other alternative technologies that we can reduce the cost, the price, and of course, the operational cost too? On the other hand, we are also working on that the enabling environment that important, as Barbara said yesterday, and also the Juliet also mentioning about that. If you can understand the enabling environment, then we can propose the right technology, the right process, the right system into that. So right now we are interested in that kind of a market study of the innovations of the technology we would like to apply. What are not just only the technology readiness level, we have to understand about that, the market readiness levels, social readiness levels, and then if we understand that, then we can ensure that our innovations can be supplied, can be make use in the system into the society. That's what I like to share with you on this. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation, and I feel honored to be here with the eminent professors from various institutes. I would like to share some of the research innovations that we had a couple of years back. So my research is predominantly focusing on water, wastewater treatment, and resource recovery using bioelectrochemical systems. But a couple of years back, I've started using urine as a commodity to recover various resources. And the reason is urine can play a major role, or urine can play a pivotal role in the nexus of energy, water, and agriculture, because a person produces 1.5 liters of urine approximately, and considering the million of populations, we can have a large quantity of urine. So I was looking for how to recover water, how to recover energy, how to recover nutrients from this urine. So I was just looking at what are the possible techniques with low energy consumption and less chemical consumption. So I found that something called forward osmosis, and various researchers have worked on these technologies to recover water from urine. But what innovation I did was I coupled this forward osmosis process with electrochemical systems and developed a treatment system called osmotic urine fuel cell. And this system can capable to produce water, electricity, and also concentrate nutrients. Now, we have the nutrients currently, we have the concentrated urine, but how to convert it into a fertilizer? That was the next thought. And we started developing a technique called electrochemical phosphate recovery reactor. And this is again converting the urine, or whatever the nitrogen and phosphorus in urine, to a fertilizer called struvite. Now, the system is again energy positive, and we started something like 100 ml of water, because I'm a budding researcher, so we started with a very small quantity. But now we found stacking is one of the techniques to scale up this treatment system. So now we scaled up into 10 liters, and the system is capable to charge mobile phones and emergency lamp and other things. So we can actually extract electricity, and they can actually use it for powering various gadgets. And the fertilizer that we can use it for other purposes. So the third innovations that I worked on was the concept called utilizing waste to treat another wastewater. So we just look into that there are a lot of e-waste that are coming up, and some of the panels like or laptops, or the various monitors that we just dumped into the environment, and we can just use it as an electrode for electrochemical applications and can be used for water and wastewater treatment. So these are some of the innovations that I work on it. And in addition to that, we also, as part of the center, Global Sanitation Center of Excellence, we help these innovations to make it as a incubations and accelerations, and we also help to reach these innovations into the market stage. So I'll just stop it right now, and then we'll get back. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. Dr. Tanveer.
Thank you very much, first of all, for inviting me. The question of what sort of emerging research areas in WASH and climate change interface, I think if we just summarize the discussion that has happened in the last 2 days, including today, we pretty much get a very good idea of what the emerging research areas are. And I think something has come to the forefront is the GHG emissions from these fecal sludge management systems. And this is definitely an emerging area, and I think a lot of work needs to be done, especially if I say it in the context of Bangladesh. We have lots of pit latrines. Pit latrines, most of them gets inundated during the monsoon. So wet pit latrines emissions and dry pit latrines emissions, there is a huge difference. So GHG emission can be significant. We think that FSM systems, since we are talking about GHG emissions, life cycle analysis is now something has to come to the forefront. So any wash systems, we have to do a complete LCA and determine its feasibility from the environmental perspective. Another thing that for, let's say, existing large systems, we understand that we have to retrofit them. We cannot definitely discard them. We have to use the existing systems to make it adaptable in a climate change scenario. Now, we need to study more on, like for example, the existing water treatment plants. What are they going to respond if suddenly, say, they get water which is high in salinity? how will the treatment process is going to be modified and retrofitted. Even for sewage treatment plants, if they suddenly get, due to climate change, they receive shock loads of sewage and intermittent loads of sewage, how are they going to respond to that? That needs to be researched. We need to work more on this circular economy where we close the loop, waste management, the products of the sanitation systems, carbon sequestration, and things like that. Of course, the climate change scenario has also put in the forefront health research, because the prevalence of diarrhea, malaria, these can spread to larger areas, dengue including. And we already see some evidence of that happening. And that, for public health engineers, I think they need to step on. And I think that the existing water supply systems are the climate change screening is not done properly. Its impact, its climate resilience, and also its design with respect to climate change and its impact on climate change is not properly understood. In my institution at ITN Buet, also in Buet, we do some research on climate change wash interventions. For example, the effect of climate change on small water supply systems, which is prevalent in Bangladesh, like rainwater harvesting ponds and filters. That is a very good topic to study, and we've done some work on that. We've done, regarding closing the loop, we worked on constructed wetlands and anaerobic digesters, how to generate bioenergy from that, and we have some good publications regarding that. How to convert fecal sludge into biofuel, that we are also working on. Currently we're also working on how to use the sewage incineration ash as a construction material also. So these are just some, but regarding in the implementation side, we also need to do research. If we have a system which is thought to be climate resilient, so its social acceptance and other things, those need to be studied as well before it is deployed in the field in the large scale. Let's say solar desalination system, it's also a climate resilient system because you're using solar energy, it's off-grid and it's decentralized. But its acceptability and other things has to be considered as well when we do research. There are instances where we deployed them and it failed. And this is true to many off-grid systems. So imposing an off-grid system, decentralized system, that's technically fine, but its social acceptance and other things has to be researched as well. So I'll stop here, and then if there is time, I'll talk more. Thank you.
Thank you so much for bringing in the social acceptability angle.
Good afternoon to everyone, eminent scientists present here. I am pleased to share my experience in wash and climate variability in Cameroon, especially in Central Africa with you. So I am associate professor at the University of Ebolova, located in the heart of Congo forest, where we have a heavy density of hydrography, rivers connecting mountains, and with vital ecosystem there. So now, with the growth of city growth, we have those resources which are under threat of anthropogenic activities. So our research work focus especially on community water supply, where we have experience in more than 16 years, hydrological and geophysical technology for groundwater detection and survey. And this is for groundwater exploration and groundwater development in the area, and also in some neighboring country in Central Africa. So, and also we have been working on the assessment and monitoring of water services engineering. And we have tested some innovating tools, like an application that we have recently working on, and that can be very helpful for the municipality to assess the different influences, different parameters that influence the community water management in the municipality. So we have tested that and successfully, and we are searching how to implement it now. Another focus on our work is on the assessment of water quality, wastewater rejection, and the searching for local technology, cheap cost that can help to recycle this type of waste, as well as fecal sludge management. So, and there, I am the deputy coordinator of an advanced master in non-sewage sanitation system in my university. So, and that master's we start last year, and the first batch has already defended the dissertation in different topics, focus on what we have discussed up to now. So the assessment of sanitation infrastructures, the relationship between sanitation, local, cultural, and socio-economic influences on the management of those waste, and also the development of some type of technology for that waste management, the fecal sludge management, especially testing some macrophyte hyperaccumulator that can help using some type of reactor. This is early stage research. So, and we have already tested some local macrophyte that can help to successfully extract some pollutant in the liquid fraction of fecal sludge waste. And so we are looking forward also to work and to have local norms in drinking water, and also in the admissible level, threshold for rejection of wastewater locally, because actually those norms are not yet mastered. And the last one, the last axis of our work focus on computer application. So we have been working, developing models, simulating systems, especially on this microcosm system that we have been working for. So, and concerning groundwater development, we have been working also on how to make up some filtration, biofilter at cheap cost for local population, rural and urban, because it is a very challenge there also. The public water distribution network shows that water quality is not suitable for consumption. So at the level of household, there is a need, crucial need of some treatment, final treatment of water before consumption. So, and actually, a lot of filters we are having on the market there are imported. And now we are trying to see what can be done to develop local biofilter using maybe some agricultural waste with clay to put on ceramic filters, and granulometric filter also that can be cheap for the local population. And coming to water pumping, we have also worked out new type of hand pump that can be helpful for local population also at cheap cost. So these are the way forward that we are following actually. So I thank you.
Thank you very much. I think having heard the emerging research areas and the research that panelists are engaged in, we would like to open the floor for some interaction with the panelists, questions, discussion, and then go forward with the next round of hearing their experiences. So, anyone? There's someone here, the mic. Request you to please introduce yourself and then ask your question.
Hello. Oh, good afternoon. Thank you very much for giving me the floor. In Faridpur Municipal, I am Shamsul Alam, Executive Engineer, Faridpur Municipality, working with the local government, actually, municipality in Bangladesh. So in our municipality, we are producing co-compost in very small scale. But Professor Tanvir sir rightly presented the social acceptance. In our municipality, we cannot use the co-compost in rice, vegetables, or something food grain plants. We are using just for nursery of flower or some wood plants. My question is there any harmful material exist in the co-compost so that the society is not accepting, or it is only the social norms? Is there any background, scientific background, or it is the culture or norms? Anyone can answer. Thank you, sir.
Dr. Liji.
Many a times when we use the co-compost of municipal sludge, heavy metal concentrations will be very high because municipal wastewater will be having domestic wastewater as well as the wastewater coming from cottage industries and other things. Many a times, those type of industries will be discharging the wastewater without any treatment. So if you take the sludge and look into that one, the heavy metal concentrations are high. So when you make the compost, the concentration will be enhanced. That means if the sludge you are having around 20 grams per kilogram, when it become compost, it will be increasing much more because you are losing some amount of moisture, carbon, nitrogen, etc. from the system. So it will become much more concentrated, and many places they have shown that the heavy metal concentrations are very high in the compost made up of municipal sludge. So you have to test the sludge before going for the composting if you wanted to use it for edible crop cultivation.
Dr. Tanvir, you want to add? And
yeah, I'll just supplant it. I think it's an issue of norms. I know about Faridpur municipality. The compost product quality is just fine as it is. It satisfies all the standards of heavy metals and pathogens. But it's a matter of acceptance by the society. You're producing compost from fecal sludge, and that is probably not acceptable to the farmers. Now, this is something where you need large-scale advocacy because people are using it everywhere, and you just have to, mass-scale awareness can definitely increase, help here. And you need to do a better job in creating awareness, that making them feel comfortable that this is okay to use and this is completely harmless. And of course, you have to test the compost, keep on testing the compost so that what you are saying is actually true. And this can be done, this has been achieved in elsewhere, so I don't know, I'm pretty much sure it can be also achieved in Faridpur. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Anyone else wants to reflect on that, or we take the next question?
So regarding this biosolids and the sludge coming from the fecal matters or whatever, so basically it has to be converted into class A, class B, and depending upon the quality of the sludge. But we actually follow the standards by US EPA But in India, we don't have the standards for this biosolids and its applications in agricultural. But then government has seriously taken this matter and now started formulating the standards exclusively for biosolids. Yeah, I just wanted to add that point, yeah.
Yes.
Sangamitra and then, okay.
I have the mic.
Yeah, yeah, sure.
This is Sumandun Sreshta from Intellectual Center, Nepal. I have a question to Ligi. So you mentioned about the action-oriented project in your text before. So my question is, please, can you please share any 2 to 3 examples of any climate was related action-oriented project? And also, how do you start with sharing and convincing the local authority while saying climate resilient projects in that examples? That would be great. Thank you.
Climate resilient action projects, what I meant is, okay, many villages, okay, if you go in India, especially in southern part of the India, you can see that entire village is, okay, spread with, okay, solid waste, liquid grey water, and the water bodies are completely covered with all this waste, and many a times they will not be having sufficient water. So if you want to make a climate resilient action wash program there, first thing what we have to do is, if you want to make your water body sustainable, okay, we have to manage the waste properly. So we advocate the people about the importance of waste management and how it is going to help them to get more water and all the things. So we have done complete solid waste management and, okay, recycling, reuse, composting and all the things. So whatever is done, okay, being used in that society itself. So once the solid waste and the liquid waste coming from the villages are managed, and liquid waste, grey water, what we were doing is, okay, we were putting small bore systems in the villages wherever the space is available or where the density of houses are more. We were putting small bore systems. Small bore systems means whatever the effluent coming from the septic tank and the bathrooms and all the things collect through a small pipe. Okay, it is a pressure flow type of a thing. Then take it and wherever space is available, use natural treatment systems like constructed wetland or pond system to treat that wastewater and use it for agriculture purposes. So we are not taking it to the lowest lying area and all, which is flood prone. So each lane, okay, wherever little area is available, small systems we were making and, okay, supplying the water there itself for agriculture purpose or horticulture purpose, not for drinking purpose. And once it is done, whatever the water bodies are available, okay, you go and, okay, clean it up or regenerate it, because everything will be having lot of silt and waste and all accumulated. So by cleaning that one, you'll be enhancing the capacity of the water body. So, okay, whatever the rainwater coming, now you can allow all the rainwater directly to go to the water body. You don't have to do the rainwater harvesting systems and getting into the ground or anything. You allow all the rainwater to go to the water bodies, and the water bodies you provide enough recharge provisions, so that whenever there is excess water, it will be getting recharged into the ground and remaining water will be there. So your groundwater table will be increasing and your water body will be fresh and good quality water will be there. So this is some of the things we were executing in the action-oriented climate resilient wash. Yeah.
I think Sangamitra has a question, but also Professor Meera has some reflection on it. So after you.
A very quick observation. Thank you, panelists, for your insights. I just wondering, as I listened to you, I saw a very strong technocentric orientation in your insights. I was just wondering, drawing from what Professor Meera Mehta said yesterday, can we be gender sensitive in the new emerging areas that we are proposing, and therefore can health be a part of it? Can we look at the health outcomes, health concerns from the gender sensitive perspective of the people for whom all this technology is being used, and also of the people who are providing the services through this technology? Thank you.
Sure, very pertinent. After you, yeah.
You know, correct me if I'm wrong, but I heard mostly
that the research areas being focused on are more related to technology, what kind of technology options are better, what standards are there, things like that. I didn't hear anything on looking at governance aspects, financing aspects, because ultimately these technologies have to be used by either service providers or local governments or utilities, depending on the context. And their governance and financing systems may be very, very important in terms of actually using these technologies in an effective manner, either themselves or for monitoring. So I didn't hear those things. It would be nice if some reflections, if you think first of all whether these aspects are important and if you are already doing such things. So
Can I just intervene before? Part of I think the reason that all the panelists here, except Mona, are the technologies from the IITs and the BUET. No, I'm saying because we invited them, that a lot of work that we do are the softer parts. In CEPT also, we do a lot of softer parts that our students, if you see the posters as well, there is a lot of softer aspects of sanitation, which is very important, as we heard from Juliet, as we heard from others. So we thought that we would also sort of add on the technological aspects of it. But now I leave it to you to answer, Meera and Sangamitra.
And also Ravi and Paresh, but I think we can have a round of reflection.
Yeah. I will give one or two examples how we are doing. First, I'll talk about the financing of indirect potable water reuse. Okay, so what we have done in IIT Madras and now Chennai city is practicing. Okay, they are going in a big way with the help of World Bank and all the things, 240 million liters per day. Okay, so we have put a water treatment plant, wastewater treatment plant for the entire campus with the recycling, tertiary treatment and dual pipeline system and storage in the lake. All those things, okay, we have completely analyzed the cost of the system, okay, including the depreciation cost, okay, and our system doesn't have a reverse osmosis unit or anything, which is more energy intensive and cost intensive. So we are stopping at ultrafiltration and ozonation. So the entire cost is coming around 18 rupees per meter cube. That means 0.18 paise per liter. Okay, so that is the cost coming. But for us to get 1 liter of water, 1 meter cube of water, we have to pay 65 rupees. So naturally, it is much more cost effective because every year we are saving now 3 crores of rupees on water bill. So now coming to the Chennai city, how it is cost effective, because Chennai city, the water scarcity or the water deficit is met by reverse osmosis plant, desalination plants. And desalination plant, if you put the depreciation cost and all, 1 meter cube will be costing around 85 to 87 rupees, including all the cost. So compared to 87 rupees and 15 to 18 rupees, okay, this is much more cost effective. So that is one thing. Okay, and about the village work, what we have done is, yes, when we do the composting, composting and solid waste segregation and management, you know that around 1/3 of the cost of collection, segregation, composting, everything can be met from the resources. If somebody tells that 100%, it is not possible, around 1/3, because we were selling our compost for 25 rupees per kg if it is small packets, because there was a lot of acceptance, and 10 rupees per bigger things, 500 or 1 ton type of a thing. So we were able to get around 1/3 cost from that one. So all these places, if the people, if they get a good service, they are ready to put in money for the services. So wherever we were working, all the residents signed and given us that they are ready to pay 100 rupees per month for maintaining the grey water treatment system and the solid waste management system. And the panchayat is collecting that money and they are adding it along with the money they are getting from the government. So, because usually they give around 6,000 rupees or 8,000 rupees for the waste collecting people, but nobody is willing to do a proper work. But if you add little bit more to their salaries, 10,000 to 12,000, they are able to do the work properly. And so we have good example after we get out
There
even
is a thought.
5 years.
You're saying that there is a thought about implementation of these besides
Yeah,
the
it is
technology.
already going on. Okay, so
It's
it is
already going on.
sustainable. It is
Yes.
sustainable, and it is going on. So
Yes,
that is
great, great. I think Professor Tamarat?
Well, if I may, I just like to address a bit that, well, we doing the research, of course, the technology-centric, but of course, we also have friends, have colleagues that working together, like we try to do or using this kind of a so-called market study on that, how we can understand the market before applying, before implementing the technologies. Like I said earlier about the market readiness levels or social readiness levels. To me, I cannot do research by myself. My colleagues there can explain, can do much better the research, but we can use it well if we like to develop these technologies, whether it is possible, whether it is the readiness for that particular country or cities, whether they can accept on that. That I think I found more complementary research that we can work together from the soft science or the more harder science. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. I think one last question we can take for this. Tanvir, you want to respond? And then just one last question for this round, and then we can come back.
Okay, yeah. I also, when I mentioned focusing on technological research, but of course, as Professor Tamarat mentioned, the social, cultural, gender issues, these are all building blocks of the CWAS framework, right? So any intervention that has to definitely consider these. Regarding research if we focus on wash and climate change, we understand that if the salinity increases, if you consume saline drinking water, women get disproportionately affected because of the health issues there. So there is a definite imbalance on how impacts are created. So public health research definitely has focused on that, but more work needs to be done. We've also done measuring urban sanitation empowerment for women because the successful of urban sanitation interventions like public toilets and etc. depends on how the women perceive the intervention and how the intervention actually contributes particularly to the woman's health and well-being. And that sort of study is going on, and we've done that with Emory University. So these sort of interventions, gender issues are already ingrained, but since I'm not an expert, as Professor Tamarat mentioned, our other colleagues are engaged in that, but definitely that's part of the discourse. Thank you.
Absolutely. Just that the entry point you come from is technology, and the entry point that others would come from would be social sciences maybe, but yeah, that's the response. I think we will move to the next round, and then we'll come back to Ravi and Paresh and others for questions. We'll have one more round where we can have interaction. So very quickly, since we talked about your research at your institutes and in your regions, what is the kind of key challenge that you face in this research? It could be a challenge of any kind, and I don't want to put words into your mouth by giving examples, but we would like to hear from you. What are the key challenges that you face? And maybe we can start with Dr. Defoe.
Thank you so much to give me the floor. So the key challenge in our region is the limited capacity of authorities, financial and fundings. So that's what we are facing now. And also the challenge about innovation and sustainability. Yeah, because we are facing many problems concerning the construction of works according to norms, also the monitoring and system, and maintenance also. Yeah.
Yeah. The key challenges, I would say, in addition to funds and other things, I think in Bangladesh, now I'm going to talk about more contextual. In Bangladesh, the market for research is not established yet. I mean, most of the researchers who are academicians like us, they do it because out of their own interest, maybe we need a promotion or something, publishing papers, not as a part of the holistic enabling environment that actually allows research for you to get motivated on. So mostly personal interest. And what happens if you do research for only personal interest, you get disconnected from the whole situation. Let's say you publish a paper and then you're done with it. Then you have nothing, you do not want to do anything about it. So the purpose of the research should be, let's say you're working in the lab, you develop it, then the next part should be piloting to broad scale implication if it goes up to that point. But for that, you need the connection with all the stakeholders. Who is going to receive your research and take it forward and for the next level? So that connection is missing in Bangladesh. It is not institutionalized, and the enabling environment for research is actually not there. If we talk about, let's say, some of the researchers, I think, are not totally aware, who are doing research, not totally aware of the full country context. This is their limitation, and I think that needs to be overcome. But I think the researchers should also be provided, instead of putting boundaries on them, they should be able to think freely, and they should be able to, they should be given space to innovate. Even if they fail, having a failed result is also a part of a learning. We have to understand that. Regarding WASH and climate change, I think it is a very difficult issue to do research on. And the dimensions of climate change are very multifaceted. It has a large spatial dimension, it has a large temporal dimension. And doing research of any kind, and with a complicated subject like WASH integrated to climate change, that research scope and boundary becomes far more complicated than other conventional research. So you have to think outside the box and apply yourself. The other thing is, sometimes I see in Bangladesh that the research projects that go on are very, it takes a very silo kind of approach. You follow instructions rather than you try to bring out your own hypothesis in it. Some foreign funded projects are there where we act as vehicles for data collection, but we are not integrated in the decision making and thinking process as much as we like that to happen. And for example, I can give you a few examples where we have some disconnect with the stakeholders. Let's say managed aquifer recharge. It's a wonderful technique, and it's one of the key areas where climate change, it asks us to recharge groundwater and as such. But this managed aquifer recharge, after the piloting, we went for full-scale implication, and it totally kind of, I would say, it's a very sorry story in Bangladesh. It actually didn't go through our pen, and we found out there are other difficulties associated with it. The operation maintenance, and these things were not actually, the social, cultural dimensions were not targeted fully during the research stage. So it is not making the desired penetration. Another research I think you're all familiar with, during the COVID-19, there was a lot of research on detecting pathogens, COVID-19 pathogens in wastewater, and making predictions for future COVID-19 emergence and something like that. But that kind of research in Bangladesh was also done. I was also part of a few other research areas. But then, that after publishing the paper, I think that was the ultimate target. It didn't get the connection between the Department of Health Services. That connection was not made. So if you're developing a system, you're developing a robust monitoring system, but you're not talking with the Department of Health Services, DGHS. So how are you expecting that this research is going to be scaled up in the national level and become a robust monitoring system for future pathogens? Similar story for the urine diversion toilets. you're trying to promote something which is not culturally acceptable in the country. And any kind of promotion, you know beforehand that we are not a dry system, we have wet, and we are washers, right? So this kind of system is not going to work in the country. And these are some examples where I see that the disconnect with the stakeholders and the implementers are made. So my suggestion would be, is to, if we are to do something, a research which is meant for wide-scale implementation, the suggestions would be to involve the service providers, for example, DPHE or DGHS, who is ultimately scale up this thing. That institution has to be involved from the very start of the research project here. A person from that institution has to be part of the research group from the very beginning. And he will be part of the formulation, decision-making, data collection, publication, and all other things. This needs to be ensured if we are to get a meaningful output from the research. I see that disconnect here, and one of the major challenges. Thank you.
Thank you. I think very good phrase. I like it, market for research. Because all the time we talk about research for market, and you're talking about market itself for research and this whole enabling environment. I think we'll reflect more on that and more on the connection between implementers and researchers. But over to you, Ravina.
Yeah, thank you. Most of the points are addressed, and I'll try to explain some of the points. So I completely agree with the urine divertidolis, because I'm working on urine, and the collection of or separation of the urine at the source is very, very difficult, because urine divertidolis are not common in India. And in addition to that, the fertilizer or whatever produced from the excretas, there are no standards, so we do not know the compositions or what would be the composition of nitrogen and phosphorus can be applied to the field or for the agriculture practices. There is no clarity on that, and future research direction should be. And also, if you look into the Indian scenario, around 70 or 28 to 30% of the wastewater is getting treated, but remaining 70% is not getting treated. So there are a lot of huge demand in terms of developing new technologies. And we need a lot of research and innovations in developing the technologies that are viable and that can be adaptable to any environmental and climate conditions. But in India, most of the researchers are confined to a laboratory stage. So we have to look into the platform where we can do incubations, innovations, and accelerations so that we can push these technologies into the market stage. But what is happening is, we are all focusing on the technicality of the technologies. The business part is not, we are not focusing on it. Again, social acceptance we have already discussed, but I'm not focusing on that part, but then business part. The business viability of that technologies. So we need a very good business models for applying these technologies, because whatever the technologies that we develop, it should be cost effective, it should be accepted by the communities. And the developed technologies, we should have a good regulatory framework so that whatever the technologies that we develop, it should meet certain standards and also protect the environment and public. So with this, I will just stop it and come back again here.
Thank you, Professor Thammarat.
Okay, thank you. So the key challenge, at least to me, and I think it is a master key, it is a funding, the money. I think it is the challenge for us, for everyone that doing the research with no money or just doing this kind of the student tuition fees to do the research is not enough or not impactful. So I'm looking for Vivek. He's not here from the Gates Foundation, unfortunately. But anyway, IWA is here. That how can we plug in this kind of research interests from utilities, from the donors, that we can frame our research according to the people or the persons that wish to use our innovations. I think that's quite important, and then we can develop our research agenda according to the market needs. I think that's quite important, but In terms of that, the climate, to me, the uncertainties in the climate crisis, it happened in the Bangladesh, for example, but it's not happened the same magnitudes as in Thailand. So the degree of the understanding or the perception of the people, hey, the climate is important, is so totally different. So I think that when we try to do the climate in the sanitation system, we need to understand that what are our local perception or the understanding of the climate agenda into our sanitation system. That's what I would like to share with you. Thank you.
Yeah, my job become very easy because everybody has told about most of the things. So if I talk about our educational system or IITs in thing, climate change, many students are interested to work. But the moment you talk about sanitation and hygiene, I don't want to work in that area. So that is the first challenge most of the time we face because they think that that is not a hi-fi research. Okay, I'm telling the truth what we are facing. And second one is academicians, including me, we sit on a ivory tower. We think that we know everything and whatever the technology we develop, the society will be accepting. So when we go to the society, okay, because many times, okay, as you have mentioned earlier, we want to interact with the society and we develop the technology. Yeah, we know the best technical solutions and we come to that one. But what the society is looking for is not what we are developed. Because we had an experience and we have to change at least 7 times the technology what we developed. Okay, so that is another problem, okay, we are facing. So we have to, and many a times academicians, NGO, okay, that connectivity is very, very little because they are the people who is always with the society, understanding the society, their needs and all. So if you have a collaborative research of that type, then it will be much more successful compared to, okay, we have and we'll be having some sociologist and a finance person from our own institute sitting in our group and doing the work. And the next one is working with the government for the academicians become very, very difficult because most of the projects or ideas are driven by a single bureaucrat. The moment that bureaucrat changes, everything goes down. So again, following up, okay, you will be losing all the interest in that one. Okay, so, and next one is, okay, our own problem because whenever an academician, I'm including myself also, so we publish anything, we will tell that this is the typical results. The typical results will be the best results they are getting, but they will never mention anything about the failures they have faced and all the things. That also will be creating problems, okay, because when others, okay, look into the things, okay, they will see that, yeah, whatever you have reported, it is not the complete truth. Okay, it will be true, but you are not reporting the complete truth. And another thing is long-term evaluation and the data collection is not possible because as okay, previous speakers were telling that getting funding, okay, from the government, okay, it will be only for 3 years or 2 years or maximum 5 years. But if you want to get a long-term evaluation, okay, you have to collect the data continuously. Most of the time that is not possible. So these all are the challenges, that's what I feel, yeah.
Thank you so much. I think this was fantastic. I think we talked about market for research, to master key as funding, to the yuck factor itself attached to the perception of research in the sector, if I may use that word, which we often use in this sector for other reasons. And failures are never published. That's also an important aspect. And technicalities of technology are researched upon, but not the other aspects, business models. So a very good sort of coverage of challenges. And now the floor is open for questions. We would start with Ravi, then Amita and Paresh, because that's the area of questions that we have to carry forward. We will have newer questions.
Thanks for, I'm Ravi. I teach at the Faculty of Planning at CEPT. Thanks for the very honest admissions. And I can certainly, since I'm also in the same business of teaching and research, I can understand where you are coming from. So that raises this question. Since yesterday we have been kind of discussing to really address these complex issues that we are facing, all of us admit that we need a multi-pronged, multidisciplinary approach. So it does raise this question about the ecosystem of research that currently that we have. Does it need to be reimagined? And maybe that ecosystem of research is so flawed that it keeps the control of research only with a certain, as Madam said, with a very elitist is a word I'm putting it, elitist kind of a base. So do we need to imagine it? Who controls this research? Who owns this research? If we want social acceptance, why go to the social acceptance later? Why not involve them in the process right from the beginning? And so why not have the social acceptance built into that research if they are party to this research process? So I would want some reactions as to what could be the possibilities to break some of these silos and to make research itself more maybe participatory. We talk of participatory research, but I don't know what we really mean by that.
Great.
So I would want some reactions.
Sure. So after you, we'll take Paresh, your question, and Amita's, and maybe we'll do a round of response. Maybe you want to note them, and then our friend there. So, yeah. Amita, then Paresh, and then someone please be here with your mic.
I guess I had a very similar question in mind, where, in what you often talk about breaking the silos, especially in research, coming together from different disciplines. And just a couple of years ago, for example, I worked with Barbara Evans over there, tried to build on inclusion and sanitation work. So as an inclusive wash expert, I collaborated with an expert in fecal environment on research. And I think that's the way forward as well. We're going to try to get more people from different backgrounds that don't normally go together to come together. My question to you is climate change going to, by definition, force us to break the silos? And in practice, what does this mean, and how can we achieve this?
Sure, thank you. I think it's a bit related to what even Ravi was saying, that how can we have more cross-disciplinary kind of research. Thank you, Amita. Paresh?
Hi, I'm Paresh. I'm a PhD researcher at IIT Bombay. And I would take Meera's spirit ahead and point out a few directions I think are missing in the current discussion. We are sitting in the planning school, and one of the prime missing areas is the planning processes itself. We've had a series of tools developed over the years, and they span sectors. They are in water sanitation, they are in land use planning, they are in transport planning, but we don't know how which planning processes work, how much time they take, and if they can be then incorporated in the way things are planned in our system, in the government system. So that feedback itself is missing, but the whole research about what planning processes work is largely missing, is my understanding, but I'm open to be challenged or to be proved wrong. The other part of it is the policy processes, what works, especially we are sitting in a conference that is funded by the Gates Foundation, and we don't know, or I don't think there is much research on the role of multinational organizations in shaping narratives in particular. We've pointed out capacity and awareness generation as key areas of that we need to work on. Capacity of municipal, and I think many of you pointed it out. But we don't know what methods of capacity development have worked, and I think Deepinder was here yesterday. I couldn't see him here today. But there is a work by, in Indian context, which has found that capacity building work often focuses on implementation of mission rather than building capacities itself. And one big gap in the current research, or which is across, is the H part of WASH, which is hygiene. Thank you.
Thank you, Paresh. And any one of you can start with the two questions that were linked and this one a little different.
Yeah, in our area, I want to talk about social perception in different projects, WASH projects. So in different aspects of our research we are undertaken, it is, we are always using a participatory approach. So the local population are always involved in the process. Even for community water supply, so we have to know what is the perception of the beneficiaries of the project, taking into account the social, economic, and cultural constraints in each locality. So it is taken into account. So that is what I would like to add.
With respect to participatory research, of course, just citing an example, we have projects on sanitation workers where we are involving the sanitation workers themselves, the municipality officials. They're all part of the research, I would say, formulation, all the way towards implementation. Because we do understand that without active participation, we might not go anywhere in this research. I'm not very much conversant of the hygiene behavior aspect on climate change and WASH, so I didn't talk about it, but I'm pretty much sure that there's some interface where climate change affects hygiene behavior to some extent. How multinationals are driving the research agenda, that has a big implication on what type of research is being done. We are here because we are talking about citywide inclusive sanitation. It's a sanitation conclave, so we are talking about sanitation. It's a multi-donor agency, of course, agenda, and we are talking about it. So all our research activities are also kind of could be influenced by that. How capacity building works and which type of capacity building activities is going to be beneficial or efficient. This type of research is also very important, also in WASH climate change interface. We have a dedicated session on capacity building afterwards. Maybe some of these questions can be disentangled over there. But definitely this is an active area of research in this area as well. I definitely highlight the importance. Maybe my colleagues can highlight more.
Yeah, so I would like to take that questions actually. So we always, the researchers focusing on the literatures, find out the literature gap, and then we will focusing on the problem statement and other things. But this problem statement should come from the community. And it should be, the demand should come from the community, and based upon that, the researchers should work on it. So there should be a constant interactions between the community and the researchers. And of course, there should be a lot of challenges in that, but then somehow we have to streamline it, and this kind of a platform is very, very good opportunities to have a good interactions and identifying who all are the key roles playing in a major sectors and other things. So definitely we have to reframe our thought process, and we have to work on that aspects here.
Thank you. I think the multidisciplinary or interdisciplinary or transdisciplinary research, it is difficult part. It is very difficult research kind of things that I have learned in the past decades, that starting from engineering and then try to understand the social scientists, the anthropologists, or the medical scientists. It's totally different when we talk only one terminologies like decentralizations. For me, it is, okay, decentralized wastewater treatment system. It is just not to have the pipe. But for the social scientists, it's not only that. I have to spend several years to understand what does it mean to the others. So I think this kind of lesson learned, just to share with you that it takes time to understand. And of course, if you are good in your disciplines, you need to understand the other discipline as well before you can get married
So well
to multidisciplinary or transdisciplinary research. I think that's quite important, and then we can start doing good things or doing a kind of innovation that we can get a good research out of that understanding, but for sure it takes time to do that. So the other things on that, the key challenge that we have, I think that the multinational or the billionaires that would like to drive the research, that's also fine. The donors, ADB, World Bank, the foundation, whatever foundations, the governments, that's fine. They can do this kind of agenda on their narrative that to come down. But if we are strong enough as the researchers, if we come up and then propose that from the bottom up, we can agree upon, and that could be an agenda as well. If we have the evidence, the strong evidence to prove that. Otherwise, it would be just, okay, we listen to that, the multinational donors to come and say, hey, you should do this research because of this is the global agendas. But why not? Particularly for the Gujarat area, that you should have also your research agenda as well. And then later, if you would like to expand to the other state, that's also fine. Why not? I think that would be the kind of things that we need to rethink carefully. That, and then there would be many platforms if we can consolidate the ideas, and then we can propose what are the bottom-up research that we can do. That's what I would like to share. Thank you.
Okay. I just wanted to add one point, because I think there is a problem in the academic system as such, okay? Because the funding, okay, any academician, any researcher will divert their research area based upon the funding. So if you see India, any research funding comes for high-end publications and high-end impact factor journals and citations. So when we go for that one, definitely we'll not be thinking about the society, the NGOs or anything. So what's the best I can do? All over the world you look in and what is the cutting edge thing I can do? Whether it is needed for this country, this region, this one, nobody will be able to see, because your promotions, all your awards, everything will be depending upon your publication and this one. So if you can change something, okay, so that one will definitely improve the participatory research.
Thank you. That's impact factor of the research versus the actual impact of the research is what you're talking about. Great. I think we had one question there, and we can take more than questions. There are a lot of researchers here, both practice, academic. If anyone else wants to share their thoughts on emerging areas of research, we can take one or two of those, and then we can move on to summarize this session. So question first, and then
Thank you.
feedback.
My name is Bakshish, and I am from IIT Bombay. So my question is about the future of WASH and climate change research. So due to rapid urbanization in India, decentralized technologies have been spreading across cities. Given the unforeseen challenges of climate change as per past research patterns, do you think there is possibility of reversal of decentralization in the forthcoming decades, also looking at the migration patterns from rural India to urban India, and then people coming to cities and realizing that this is not a fairy tale story in urban India as well? And my second question is about, so due to the multidimensional complexities of these challenges, do you think moving towards transdisciplinary research will be something which can be helpful for future researchers in the decades to come?
I think the transdisciplinary part was just discussed. The first question, if you have grasped the question, maybe you can respond to it. And I couldn't much wrap my head around that question, but sorry. Reversal of what? Decentralization of services? Decentralized technologies, reversal.
So decentralized technology reversal, either it is for the urban area or the rural area or peri-urban area, decentralized technology or centralized technology can be adopted. So if the people move to the city and back, okay, we need not revisit the decentralized technology. Okay, because okay, decentralized means okay, we are not specifying that the technology is for 1 lakh people or 2 lakh people or anything. What we are telling is okay, in the near community, if you can have a treatment system, so that's what the decentralized thing. So, in my opinion, that may not be. There is no need of reversing it.
Great. I think you want to.
Well,
respond?
just like to oppose a bit on that, reflect on that. If you listen to my keynote this morning, I propose that if we can do the regenerative sanitations, particularly for the technologies, we can think about that, well, not necessarily to be only decentralized. It could be centralized. But we have to understand, we have to assess that what are the existing infrastructures in the sanitation system that we have, whether we can revitalize or retrofit using advanced or using the natural-based technologies, plug into that conditions. If you have nothing at all, yes, it could be easy to use that either the decentralized or centralized one. But if you already have, but it's not that functioning well, then we can rethink that how we can revitalize or regenerate the existing infrastructures. That's what I would like to propose to you if you would like to do the research on that. It could be the hybrid technologies.
Great. Thank you. Yes, Manvita?
Hi, thank you. Again, a lot of talk of technology, and some of our colleagues have already touched upon it. I just wanted to ask, you've done research on, say, technology adaptation, and you've been talking about it. It's not happening so much. So is there a research along with what your technology research, that is there a behavior change component? Are communities adapting? So do you have anything on that in your current research? Or can you also add if you don't have? Thank you.
Maybe I can respond a bit on that. Just to tell you, when we get the grant from the foundations 10 years ago on the Reinventing Toilets program, instead of that, thinking about the technologies that we can comply with the requirements by the foundation, which is quite stringent, we conduct the market study first in Thailand, in Vietnam, in Cambodia, to understand that if we develop the technologies, what kind of technologies they like to have, and what are the market needs or the technological gaps that they would like to do. One of the technologies that we found out that it would be more possible in our areas because we use a conventional septic tank. Then they said, no, if I would need to invest more to build a new one or to replace the existing one, no one would like to buy. There's no market demands on that. Then that's why we think that, well, that could be the questions for us, that how can we develop technologies that can plug into the current system, into the existing system. We cannot just buy a new one. Of course, by the foundation, yes, we have to do that, a new technologies that renovate or reinvent the technologies. But we also have so-called the retrofitting technologies that we can upgrade the existing septic tank that can meet the demand, and the cost would be much cheaper. But on the other hand, we may not be able to comply with a very high or very stringent standard like ISO 3500. We cannot, but it is available, that's possible. So I think that we can understand this kind of the market demand, the market needs, and then we can develop technologies for that purpose. Yeah.
Great, thank you. Tanveer wants to say.
So I totally agree with what he says, upgradation, because you cannot just throw it away. So that's a lot of investment has been done. But if we're talking about decentralized technology, I think the policy landscape of the country has to be absolutely clear about that. because here you are depending on the citizens to do certain activities like retrofitting. It's not a centralized plant, let's say, but if it's decentralized, you depend on the community actions. If it's a household item, you depend on the household's activities of upgrading it. Then the policy directions of the country has to be absolutely clear about that. There needs to be, because this might need regulations, and the country should be bold enough, or the state should be bold enough to impose that sort of regulations if we are to do that, if it's upgrading or rescaling or addition, retrofitting, whatever it is. Because we have seen instances where the country policy direction was not very clear. It happened in other sectors in Bangladesh, and the users, the people at the user level are confused, and you get mixed results. And then you have a loss of trust, and then you do whatever you like. So those things has to be very clear cut. Even if you want to do something like that, market study, of course, but then the policies from the local or central government has to be very, very clear. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, in our country, we are also facing the same difficulty. According to decentralized technology, decentralized approach of wash equipment management. So you can see that there is a conflict between the central government and local decentralized collectivities, which need, they need, so at the local level, they need some transfer of competencies, financial, and so they need some transfer of fundings that can be helpful to the local government to undertake a project on wash. But sometimes the conflict between the central government and the local collectivity do not allow the transfer of funding, so that at the central level, some authorities, they would like to control the fundings that should be allocated to the local level. So, and that creates some constraint in the management of such infrastructures. So that's what such a difficulty we are facing at our place.
Great, thank you. I think,
if I may add something? Yeah.
Yes.
Good afternoon.
Just a quick observation to take on where Paresh has left, that's edge of the wash. I'm sure menstrual hygiene is an important issue, especially if we come from the social science orientation. And we know what probably happened during the flash floods of Srinagar and Uttarakhand also. And I'm sure flash floods have a lot to do with climate change. So I think we need not, and if you're talking of interdisciplinarity, if you're talking of new emerging research areas, perhaps this is where we can think about.
Absolutely. I think if there are more points like this, which the experts present in the hall, the researchers present want to make, then we could take one or two such suggestions, and then we can move on to summary.
Good evening. I'm Anjali from University of Bristol. We have heard from the panel about the reasons for research. We have heard different reasons for it. But I think we didn't hear much about the need for research for decision making, for the policy level, information. So research for what? At the end of the day, if we can make informed decisions, informed policy making, that would ultimately contribute to sanitation, resilient sanitation, or whatever we are talking about. So, I mean, how do we close that gap? how do we researchers, academicians, practitioners really dialogue with these level at the government and work with them. I mean, I think that is something that we should also be talking about. And another thing that I wanted to share in the previous round, but I didn't get that opportunity was, but then we also were talking about, you know, sectoral collaboration, intersectoral research. I think that is very important in the context of the issue we were talking about, use of compost. Year 2000, I was working on EcoSan toilets. We had challenges there, social acceptance. 24 years later, now we talk about FSM, and we are still talking about the challenge, the social acceptance. So I think we have not been able to close that gap on working with relevant other sectors who would support sanitation sector in, you know, marketing the product from there. So I think the intersectoral collaboration and working with them, bringing them in so that they can support our work is very important. Yeah, thank you.
Absolutely. I think others have also said that. And I think for paucity of time, I don't think I'm going to request panelists to respond to that. That has been, but we can take it on as discussions. But very important point, it was also made by many others in the room. Any one or two very quick half-a-minute pitch on what should be the future research areas, and then we'll go to the summary session. Yes. Half a minute on what should be the research focus.
As a woman concerned, I feel sometimes like in public toilets, there is no proper disposal. So I firmly feel as a woman that this should be taken on account. Thank you.
Thank you. Short and sweet. Thank you. Yes, Jai Bhagwan, and then anyone else in the room? You. So two more, and then I think we will summarize it.
Maybe a short story, not a question. Do you see any incandescent light bulbs here? Do you see any incandescent light bulbs in our society anymore? You forgot how it disappeared. It's because we had an industrial approach to electricity. The problem is water and sanitation hasn't gone down that path. It still sits with bureaucrats. Whether you're an engineer or you're a researcher, you're still a bureaucrat trying to do a service delivery. I think you need to move it into the industrial pathway. Then the discourse will be very, very different.
Thank you. Thank you, Suresh. And then there, I think. And those who have spoken, maybe we take them during tea break. Suresh, and then the gentleman there.
I think sitting in a university, there's no other place better to highlight that whatever we are talking, some of us may not be here to see 2070 and beyond. There is a youth engagement agenda which the research and technology, whatever we are talking, has to be built in. I think gender is important, but youth is very important. Other than that is the whole digital revolution and artificial intelligence which is coming up, which we are facing. These should be integral part of whatever we are doing, but I could not hear anything in the voices in the room at the moment, and how these research and technology is being linked up with that. These are two important elements that IWA, we attach a lot of importance to that how, and also this is linked to the affordability and the multiplier, what we can create. I think that goes along with that. So I think we should not forget that is important. And one last thing was that, you know, the policy research was being talked about, but the absorption capacity in the policy space for the technology innovation, what you do is very less. I have worked in both the spaces. So how do we do innovation in policy? Usually the academics see that the policy advocacy, which is done by NGOs, is a very easy job. And, you know, that's not our space. And we don't do that space. Frankly, I've worked in both the spaces. That's why I'm telling you that. So one should understand that it's equally important that the policy advocacy and the innovation in policy and innovation in practice, both are important. Just wanted to end there.
Thank you.
Okay, yeah, okay, it's not a question, it's just a suggestion actually. So I'm from USAID. So in USAID, we have a global mechanism which is called as a WASH Paul research. Actually, it's a WASH learning action-oriented research. It's a global mechanism where any research organization can apply if they have any research ideas. And if they have selected, they can do a global research or in-country research. That's an open funding opportunity that is available throughout the year. So even now, while speaking, a team from London School of Economics is doing a research in Meghalaya state on the impact of gender and climate on WASH there. So that is a scope. Yeah.
There is money available.
Yep.
Thank you. IRC, and I think that should be, this is the last one for now, but thank you, thank you. Okay. No, thank you that you were formulating it for half a minute. Pitch.
Thank you. Oh, so I was not audible. So my request would be to keep a communicator in your team who can translate your classical research to the community so that then the social research can take it forward. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. I think some of the responses to all of this would be given in their last 1 minute wrap-up. But I would just like to also take this opportunity to summarize some of the previous discussions, because this panel is not the only panel which has discussed research areas. It is the first panel which also in a way discussed what's happening in this sphere. They have also discussed, participants have also given a lot of suggestions, so I think collectively we all know where we are heading, what's the kind of research space we are moving into. And I would request the panelists to give their final 1 minute pitch on future directions in WASH and climate. We can start anywhere, middle or, okay. Future directions in WASH and climate research, 1 minute pitch.
The research should be need-based, society-oriented, and innovative. And the research should be assessed based upon the stakeholders' feedback and the smile on their face. And when we train, it should be based upon demonstration and teach through action.
Good. Thank you. Yeah, I just like to follow up on that. We should do more the research in a way that people can use it. I like the ideas that Jay has mentioning about why don't we use the industrial pathways that develop innovations, and then they could be speed up our innovation to reach to the market much faster than conventional, than classical kind of research. Thank you.
So what I would feel is next couple of years, it should be a sanitation industry where a lot of job opportunities, a lot of young minds should come into this area. And at the same time, we should have very viable, good technologies, good business models, and in addition to that, good policies, so that strong policies, whatever that this has to be implemented. So this is the future of this sanitation sector. Yeah.
I see a multidisciplinary way of thinking evolving. I look at myself as a hardcore civil environmental engineer, now doing policy advocacy with the government, talking to social scientists, public health scientists, gender experts. I didn't visualize myself doing this type of work like 5, 6, or even 10 years ago. But this is not only myself. A lot of people have a lot of researchers who are in traditional engineering discipline. Professor Tamarat himself, although he wouldn't admit, but he has also become a social scientist as well, and in the process. And we all have to become multidisciplinary at some point, and this way of thinking is evolving. And if this continues, there is bright news ahead, of course, and I see many organizations promoting increased collaboration and as such. Of course, Suresh mentioned about youth engagement. We as researchers, we always work with students, so youth is where we get our blood from. And that keeps us, going. But I think I should stop now. I've shown enough audacity sitting in a planning school talking about technology. And I think I should end here, but I also like to thank the audience who has made this discourse very, very interesting. Thank you.
So we should go through the multidisciplinary approach. So taking into account social, cultural, and economic aspect in our research, and such that we could be able to develop local norms that are adapted to our local realities, and also searching for cooperation, striving together with those who are advanced compared to those who are behind. So we should strive together, and also advocating for decision-making in science. So that is what we need. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. I think while we are all talking about participation in research, this session itself was very participatory. And so thank you very much to this wonderful audience. And thank you so much to the distinguished panelists. And we would request you to wait here while we give you a part of CEPT. Sobia? You can do the two of them, then I do. Yes, Professor Defo. Upasna, come. Thank you very much. I think Asim will have next announcement. So thank you all for your valuable inputs. Thank you very much. Wonderful.
Hello, everyone. Just one quick announcement. I think all your sessions, the partner sessions end at 6. So would request all of you, we are planning to close the session early. Instead of 6:30, we'll close the session by 6. So everybody at 6 o'clock be here in the BNB room, and we'll try to close the event by 6:30 and all. Okay? Right now it's a tea break. Yeah, go enjoy tea. 6:30.
aspects of WASH and climate that it is actually very difficult to summarize. And so what I'm going to do is what I always do in my class, and I'm going to ask you to say what is your takeaway, and I'm going to pick on persons, not allow you to say, but I will say. So can we have microphone, please, roving around? Are there 2 microphones? Yes? Okay, the gentleman next to Professor Defoe. I have next to you, to your right. Please, take the microphone. We want you to reflect on what are your takeaways from today's session.
Check.
Thank you very much. My name is Theogene Rusatira from Rwanda. From the beginning up to today, I really appreciate the way all of our panelists, moderators, did their job very well. Secondly, we had the chance to meet great professors here, presented their researches. We really appreciate the way everything was done. Now, today, we really know the problem the whole world is facing, climate change. Sanitation, different technologies used in wastewater treatment, fecal sludge treatment, solid waste management, and stormwater management. Those technologies are used are the major concern on climate change, as Professor Barbara said. Professor, I really appreciate your research because in 2022, I was in Kisumu, Kenya. It is the first day I get a chance to really understand the technologies we are using in wastewater treatment can negatively impact on climate change. Thank you for your research. You did a great job. I really appreciate the university, CEPT University, leadership. I really appreciate CWAS, Melinda and the Bill Gates Foundation, and CEPT University also, their contribution to make this day happen. Normally, we meet by dealing with finding solution of already problems took place. But today, we are happy because we are now dealing with the problem not yet take place, but to find a solution so that we can alleviate all problems that will be caused by the climate change. You really did a great job to make this day happen. As I said before, when presenters, for example, I can say our colleague, Professor Defoe, when he was presented yesterday in the room 302, he presented his research from Cameroon, where we found that this water we are using on a daily basis, sometimes we use it as water in our families, but at the same time, we are using it as a problem we are putting in our family, because most of the people in his research showed that they are sick from waterborne diseases.
Okay. One sentence, what's your takeaway? What will you go and tell your colleagues and friends from this conference?
Thank you very much. Once I reach my country, Rwanda, my colleagues, friends, I will tell them that these sessions I have attended here, it is the good way to change my mindset on how we use it to treat wastewater or to take account of sanitation facilities in the other way by doing our jobs, daily jobs in treating wastewater, fecal as I said before, but at the same time respecting climate change.
Very good.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our partners, BMGF, and you can see how sincere they are. It's, I think, 4:30 or half 4 or 5 a.m. in Seattle, and they are online. So we would ask Sakshi, before she goes to sleep, hopefully on a Sunday in Seattle, she'll not work much. So Sakshi, are you online? And hope
I am.
Okay.
Yeah.
So,
Can you see me, hear me? Is that okay?
yeah, we can see you, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Okay, great. First of all, actually, I'm quite unhappy that I'm not there in person. So it's okay. I would like to stay online for this conversation, even if it's a weird time at my end. But I just wanted to drop in to say a note of thanks. I know the last 2 days, and I just heard as you were taking takeaways from the audience on how enriching the conversations must have been in the last 2 days. I know over 400 participants registered from across 38 countries. It's a significant number, and I'm glad that CEPT and CWAS has been able to convene so many people from diverse backgrounds, ranging from practitioners, officials, researchers, and academicians. And I'm really, really hopeful that we have got some clear, concise next steps as we come together to talk about the climate change and the WASH conversation. I am a strong believer on collaboration, and I feel that this conclave is also another opportunity that has fostered this cross-learning. If we can learn from each other pretty well, we can reach our ambitious goals of SDGs sooner than not. The world has taken a lot of negativity over the last few years, given what we've gone through, the pandemic, etc. And I think this kind of discourse and conversation really leapfrog us to get over the lost gains in the past. So I'm really glad, and I wanted to thank CEPT and CWAS, and I also wanted to thank all the participants who made the trek and traveled into Ahmedabad to do these conversations. A special call out to all the young researchers and students from whom I think we've all potentially gained, given their perspective from on-ground situations. So I wanted to make sure to call out for them as well. Some of the things that I've heard, which should be and are great takeaways for us. I think there is a huge need and a constant conversations that we need to have to support governments to ensure that water and sanitation infrastructure rollout and service delivery should be seen through a climate change lens, both in terms of mitigation and in terms of adaptation. And there is a need to continue to talk about this with governments, because so far WASH has been fairly missing in the larger climate change discourse. So this conclave is apt, and this kind of coming together is really apt for the space we are in. And I'm hoping that all of us can go back to our regions and our governments to talk about looking at water and sanitation through a climate change lens. Of course, to get this done, once we talk about supporting governments, but there has to be support on the how. We have to look at models of innovative financing. we have to look at public-private partnership if we have to reach the scale and of the challenge that we are faced with. I do want to re-emphasize, which I spoke about in my earlier session yesterday, the need for innovation and technology for us to get to these ambitious goals. There's, of course, a need for increased investment to scale up technologies, but also having an enabling environment to create the space for uptake of these innovations and solutions. Institutional bodies have to be setting up relevant standards and norms to incentivize innovation and scaled adoption. Now, not only is it important for us to make sure water and sanitation infrastructure and services are climate resilient, but innovation and technology has to be used as means to reach the most vulnerable populations. And I know over the course of the last 2 days, it's evident, but also no news that the most vulnerable populations in low-income slums, low-income settlements are getting the worst effects of climate change. So I feel innovation and technology will get us to solving that challenge, and that's what we should be looking at. Data and monitoring is key. No discourse can continue if we don't have the indicators embedded for climate change across different sectors, including water and sanitation, to be looking at greenhouse gas emissions, and also especially whether all of this is leading to good quality service delivery to the most vulnerable, to the people living in low-income settlements. I hope you have enjoyed this multifaceted conclave. I know there were great technical sessions, but also keynote speakers, and of course, quite captivating studio presentations and posters, which CWAS and CEPT is known for. So I'm hoping you had a great set of experience. And with that, I'll thank you, and thank you for the opportunity for this note. Back to you, Dinesh.
Thank you, Sakshi. I think you made my job so easy, as I was just started to say that I haven't summarized because we've had such an extensive range of presentation, but in this brief 5 minutes, you seem to have summarized, so my job is done. So I'm
happy. I'm happy to hear that.
Yeah.
But of course, take it away. Thank you.
And thanks a lot, not only to you, but to your whole BMGF leadership and team for the support that you have provided, not only for this conclave, but for all the work that CWAS has done for the last decade or so. So thank you again very much. Before we move on to some other comments from audience, our students are preparing for the cultural event. They have worked very hard over the last month, escorting many of you from airports, guiding you here, and making arrangements all over. So we just want to acknowledge their contribution to this conclave, without which this whole effort, it would not have been possible for us to do. So may I call upon all the students to please come on stage. They are all student volunteers. They spend a great amount of time, and thanks to the dean, they were allowed not to attend the classes for that period. So, aage aa jao, please. And you can see so many of them. And as somebody mentioned, I think Aromar Ravi talked about it, and he said that there is so much energy in the room just by presence of these youngsters, and that energy sort of passes on to all of us. And people like me no longer feel as old as I am, and I still feel as young as they are. So thank you, guys.
Wait, 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 wait.
Say cheese. Okay, thank you guys. Thank you very much. So, as they say in the local language, Hindi, picture abhi baki hai. You still have to watch their performance on the stage. So, please encourage them. In another half an hour or so, they will perform for us as well on the stage, choirs and dance. So I don't know what they have in store for us, but I'm sure it will be a fun evening for us. I want to call on the colleagues from Bangladesh, the three gentlemen sitting there. One of you, can you speak? Yes? Okay, Nepal, next door. Nepal, all three. Okay, please. Microphone.
Thank you, Dinesh sir, for the opportunity. First of all, I would like to thank CEPT University to organize all those things for the 2 days. Very hard work, and have all the sets, presentations, and keynote speak, and all those poster presentation. It is really hard works. I was also involved for the different types of such seminar, making success in Nepal from the different alumni association. That was really hard work, as I mentioned. And
so two
key
takeaways.
After giving all those success, I have to thank the CWAS-CRDF, Bill and Melinda Gates, because without them we will not be succeed here. So my keynote speaker is, there are a lot of discussion we have held, and technology is there, solution is also there, but we have to go for the management model, different management model we discuss here. Resources are not, there is a resource gap, but resource can be obtained, but we have to have a very good management model to obtain, to get the success for the climate change adaptation and mitigation in all water supply, sanitation, and hygiene. That's my takeaway.
Okay, very good. My dear old student and friend, Vishwanath.
Thank you.
It's back. You are back on campus, and your teacher will always call you.
It's 84 all over again, the summer of 84, so it's a long, long way back. Dinesh was my professor, and it's a pleasure to be here. It was wonderful 2 days. One of the best parts of the discussion is, as the students were coming, was also the posters that were put up by the students. The session which was just preceding this particular session, which was student universities talking about how they're dealing with water and wash, was absolutely fantastic. That climate change was so much upon us, as Aroma Ravi presented, was absolutely striking and very clear that the Titanic has hit the iceberg, and we're busy painting the deck chairs in the colors of our liking. And we're choosing the colors which are eco-friendly, sustainable, resilient, long-lasting. Great news on that. So absolutely wonderful to have been part of listening to all these discussions, listening to the new ideas, and listening to various thoughts that have come, which are interlinking both, including that from Professor Barbara Evans and others. The last point that I wanted to make was both climate change and wash, especially water, are political, and there's a political economy to it. The contestations are political. I wish that there are more contestations and discussions in the deliberations that we do, that we have a clash, if not a clash, at least a hearing of different ideas of the solutions, and then we come to a democratic conclusion as to how policies should be framed, how the poor should have access to water. I'm sure that those will follow in the coming seminars, but a push towards more social political thinking of the lens that we use for WASH and climate change would be really wonderful and icing on top of the cake. Thanks, Dinesh. I hope you grade me as pass as you used to do in long back.
Thank you, Vishwanath. Now, as we go further, he mentioned about the posters. We received, as I probably said in the early, yesterday, God, it seemed like last week, but yesterday morning that we received over 100 abstracts. Given our program, we could accommodate only 50 presentations. And so we requested many participants, often to their displeasure, that please prepare a poster. We cannot accommodate you in the oral presentation. And as Vishwanath said, these posters also depict the great knowledge, skill, and depth of the understanding of this. So we thought that they should not go unacknowledged. So we have requested two of our professors, Professor Subhrangshu Goswami and Professor Mansi Shah, to evaluate the poster. Now this is the architecture planning traditions that we have we call them jury, which evaluates students' work in posters and then grades them. So we have asked them to do. Even we don't know what their results are. So Professor Goswami, Mansi, please come on stage and announce the results and your comments on the posters.
Thank you, sir. Good evening. So the task that was given to both of us was indeed very difficult, honestly. Difficult primarily because we found almost all of them are so engaging, so nicely done, so relevant, right? So we spent almost half an hour before this session to finalize the winners. And we were told to finalize one winner. And then we took our privilege of deciding 3 winners. And then we said, no, we can't stop with 3. We need 3 more as special mention. So now we have 6 kind of people, rather posters. And we were given 25 posters to evaluate. Yesterday we did part of it and part of it today. Again, from a very traditional poster evaluation, we kind of deviated a bit because we also allowed them to present for 4 to 5 minutes because we realized that there is a wide range of thematic areas and the people are from academia, research, professionals, and the professionals from municipalities. So I think it's even more important to listen them so that they can express that because everybody may not be excellent in terms of presenting in infographics, right? So idea was not really to judge infographics, more of the idea. So what we did, we had 3 category kind of criteria to evaluate the posters. One was the clarity of the idea. Second was the relevance of the idea in present context. And the third was the kind of impact that idea can create on ground, right? So based on these 3 ideas, we were trying to evaluate the posters. And then we realized that actually there are 3 categories or 3 thematic areas of posters. So we also taken some kind of privilege on that part. So we divided the posters into 3 categories. One was essentially kind of, within the thematic area of applied research. Second was more related to policy and policy research. And third, we tried to understand the posters which were talking about something offbeat, inclusive, inclusionary approach towards gender and elderly and other things. So therefore, let me, without spending much more time, the 3 winners, I'll take name of the 3 winners first, and then Mansi will take the name of the 3 special mention. For the 3 winners, if I may request Professor. Okay, please, ma'am. We don't need this, right? Yeah. Maybe you can come this side. Yeah, yeah. I mean, because they need good photographs also, no? So in the applied research category, the award goes to Naveen Sharma, robotics adaptation in wash. In the policy research category, the award goes to our friend from Nepal, Buddha Bajracharya. Assessing the urban sanitation practices in municipalities of Nepal. While he's coming, let me announce the next one. In the social inclusion category, the award goes to our friend from Bangladesh, Tajreena Ananya. Breaking the barriers, it's an experience sharing from Faridpur municipality on transformative role in advancing women empowerment through citywide inclusive sanitation. Okay. So from India, Nepal, and Bangladesh, now may I request Mansi. May I request Mansi to take over for announcing the special mentions?
For the special mention, may I request Kasturi to please hand over the awards. In the applied research category, we have Manish Kulkarni, Climate Resilient Sanitation Infrastructure. Policy Research, Paresh Chacher Pincha. Unpacking policy support for uptake for fecal sludge management in Indian city. Congratulations. And last, social inclusion, Amita Bhakta. Wash experiences of older people living with incontinence in a changing climate. A big clap for all the winners and all the participants. Thank you very much.
One more photo. Thank you all.
Wait.
Sir.
Two of you can't go. So for all the hard work that the two professors have done, let me present them the memento. So. Okay, thanks a lot. I think just shows the posters and all our faculty members have been so involved in the process along with the students, and not only Shubhranshu and Mansi, but you saw that many of the parallel sessions were chaired by faculty members from the planning faculty. Many of the keynote sessions were chaired by these faculty. So there has been a collective effort by all, and even though some of you who have visited our CWAS office, which is off campus, 5 minutes walk from away, we are still so much linked to this campus. And I would like to start by thanking the CEPT University leadership, the new president, Mr. Barjor Mehta, also the provost, and all the administrative staff of CEPT University, and particularly the student office, the security office, I have a long list, communication office, the support staff, and I think they've worked very hard to portray an image. And somebody I met in the washroom, and they said, this is very clean, and for a university, we don't see such clean environment and such clean toilets and all. Thanks to the whole support staff, and I think they worked very hard. So thank you all. Want to thank the CRDF leadership, and I think only Shivangi is around. Where is Shivangi? But Shivangi is in person, in present, but also the CRDF leadership, Suren Bhai, who was in the inaugural session, Hitarth, raise your hand. He is the one working very hard to ensure that especially all your catering, all your hotel arrangements and everything that is done. And thank all the keynote speakers. Some of them have traveled from down under. Some of them have left their teaching classes and come here. So thanks Juliet, Barbara, who are still around in the audience, but also to Aro, Ravi, and to Kala, Brian, and Tamarat, still around. Thank you. So all these keynote speakers, and as I think Meera had mentioned, that immediate acceptance of our request. I mean, this was like 3 months ago, and we were so fortunate to have you. And I'm sure as many of the speakers have referred to your own keynote speeches, I think there's so much that they have learned from the keynote. So thank you all once again. The two panels, one that Mona moderated this afternoon with the researchers, and the one that I had the pleasure of moderating yesterday morning. At that time, I didn't know what that panel was going to be and what it was, but it turned out, and as reactions from all the participants, that it was great to, some of us move around in these wash circles, as they say. Over the last decade, I have met many of you at many occasions, at many locations, and we often talk about the same thing. So we thought that let's start off the conclave with a group of people who are not from the sector, but who have a different perspective, either finance or governance or whatever it is. And I think that panel and the panel today, in terms of the academic researchers and the technocrats, I think, but it turned out to be a very interactive, lively kind of panel. So thank you all the panelists, and thank you moderator for moderating that. Oh, there Shivangi is there, the CI. Okay, great. Thanks a lot. Want to thank Mona in particular as Faculty of Planning, and as you can see, the Faculty of Planning is our third partner in organizing this conclave, and Mona and her whole band of students have been very active, very supportive of this conclave, and so thank you, Mona, for your support and for everything else that we have done. Last but not the least, I have to thank our own team at CWAS. The team, and we often call that the whole CWAS team had one general or a director, and so I want to call upon Asim Mansoori. Please come up on the stage. And along with Asim, the whole CWAS Ahmedabad team that supported him in various activities. So please come on stage. The Ahmedabad team. प्लीज आगे आगे जल्दी जाओ अरे मैं ओके क्विकली ओके I'm here. Wait. But this is not the only CWAS team. There were other people who are who are based outside of Ahmedabad and who were late in coming, but they have still worked during the 2 days that they were here. So please, all the outstation CWAS team members, come on stage. Now you can see the great team that we have. आगे बैठ जाओ बीच में मैं तो यहाँ पे आ गया Okay. Okay, thank you. Thank you all. I hope they don't ask for a holiday on Monday. That's all my... Also, I want to thank the partners who organized the evening sessions, the IWA, IT and BUA, our academic partners, and as I understand that they have also worked very hard at this organizing their sessions, and they were all very well attended. And so also I want to call on other partner, Dasra, and their FSM Alliance session. I think that also worked very well. So thank you, Dasra, for organizing all this. Any last comments from the audience? Anyone? I will not call on anyone, but if there is anyone who feels like saying something, take away. Yes, please, go ahead. Microphone, please.
Thank you very much. Nobody is raising hand, just I raise the hand. Okay, over the last 20 years, I attended the two types of the conference. I basically work in professional sector, but institutions and universities and faculty. That's why the two types of the conference. The first one is like the academic conference. Just people talk about modeling, or testing, and testing. Yeah. The whole 3-4 days spent like that. They generate the data, a lot of tables, but nobody knows where the data is used, who used. And another type of the conference I attend, there is like banker, policymaker, from the government people. They talk about either whatever is the title, then the second two terminology, challenge and opportunity, and evidence-based planning, but there is no evidence. And this is one type of the conference I faced over the last 20 years. But this type of the conference is the perfect blending of both these experimental trials and this evidence and the people who use the evidence for the planning. That's why the academician and the practitioner, it's the perfect blending of this, the data and how the data and where and who use. And this is the perfect discussion I found over 2 days. This is the one thing. The second is today's panel session in the afternoon. One of the professors, maybe Professor Suarez, he talked about the panelists they don't talk about the participation of the youth. But you see, the talking is easy job, but translating the talk to the action is the difficult. But the same university have already implemented how the youth is used in the action. It indicates the students from airport in the 11 hour to in the hotel. So everywhere we can see the youth people. That how can youth people can utilize or how can use the brain to make any event successful. And the same thing can be repeated in the research also. That's why this is the best example of how the talk can be translated.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Anyone else? Oh, Suresh, but there, you want to say something? Oh, okay.
I have worked for water sector or water and sanitation sector for over 2.5 decades. And when I saw the interesting two topics you were saying, wash and climate, I was very much looking forward to that, how this conference will address that. And we heard that IWA, where I work currently, they talk about the area which we want to bridge the gap. So yes, climate change is important, wash and climate change. I wanted to end up with that, I go with a strong takeaway that, there is a need for creating a climate for change to make this happen. This means not the climate change. I'm not worried about climate change. There are experts who know climate change very well. IPCC does a very good job. There are water professionals, there are engineers who know their job. So the need is that during the last panel discussion which I saw was that there is a need for some other people to bring them together, make them talk to each other, and that's the, create an enabling environment for climate for change. That's what the message I would take away. And I think on behalf of IWA, I would like to say these kind of regional or global, well, you call it global, but I would say we need more of these things to happen. Congratulations to CWAS-CRDF for allowing us to be part of this. And we had a very fruitful two partner sessions, and we were able to engage with very fruitful discussions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, I think in the long list of people that I have thanked, I hope I have not left out anybody. And so my apologies to them, but thank you all for wonderful participation. Thank you all for accepting all this. And I would leave the last word to Meera as the head of the Center for Water Sanitation to say a few words. That will be Meera, please.
This is what it does. He says everything, and then he says, now you get the final word. maybe he left out something. I don't know. I'm trying to. It's been great actually, last 2 days, amazing. I must say, over last week, I used to worry at night, what will happen, how will it go, but it's gone beautifully. And I think from the faces of everybody, I can see happiness and satisfaction at having participated in something useful, something that they will keep in their memories. And I think in the days and months and years to come, hopefully, some of this will be useful in the work you do. I want to say one, not one word, but for our young team here that has worked relentlessly. Dinesh already said, but I wanted to add, I think it is amazing the kind of effort that, as I said, I used to worry at night, honestly, but the kind of efforts and kind of what you have delivered here is amazing, really. And I think the young team, he anyway feels young, but, but they make us feel young. And that is something that I cherish, we cherish. And as one word of thanks for our keynote. I see Barbara here. And I think as Dinesh already said, Thamarat, Juliet, and I hope I'm not missing, I'm forgetful these days. Aroma, I see their faces, but Dinesh said already, but I wanted to emphasize again that when we said, oh, who will we call as keynotes, and we sort of thought of all these friends that we have, and we said we'll write to them. We've known them for ages. And it was like some WhatsApp message, I think, first thing we sent. An immediate reply within a few minutes, yes, we will come. Yes, we will come. Yes, we will come. Tamarat was, I think, the first to immediately respond saying, yes, we will come. And it really was very, very heartening to see this kind of, I hope that we've done a lot in terms of reaching out to everybody. And we will try and do that further in terms of, I don't know who's going to write the key findings of this, but we will try and get back to you within a month's time or so as to what are the key lessons emerging from this and how do we take it forward. So thank you very much for coming here and staying on for these 2 days, and we look forward to future endeavors and future interactions with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you all. We started the day at the inaugural session saying this campus is environmental friendly. So if you have no use for these tags that we have given, there is a recycle bin outside. These are recyclable, as you can see at the bottom. So you may leave these in the recycle bin. It will be recycled. The notebooks that you were given, please keep the seeds with you, because the cover pages of the notebook have seeds. You can plant them, and maybe you can smuggle them in Australia. They will not know that they are seeds. And so please plant them. Also, the pen has seeds. Either you get coriander or, I don't know, read on the pen whether it's coriander or fenugreek or whatever herbs that you get. So please plant them. Remember this conference through that plant that will grow, and hope that our association will also grow with that plant. And we hope to see you again in the near future, either in this campus or elsewhere. Thank you very much. So enjoy the evening performance by students and the traditional Garba. Enjoy the dinner and the field trip. Those who are going, Asim has some announcement.
Thank you everyone for joining. I think my last housekeeping announcements for this conclave. For all those who have registered for the field visit tomorrow, the field visit leaves sharp at 7 a.m. from the Fairfield Marriott Hotel. My team is sitting outside at the registration desk. They will share the Google location of the hotel from where the trip starts. We have organized breakfast for you, so if you want to have breakfast, it starts at 6 a.m. for the field visit people. But please ensure that you are there on time, because if you don't reach by 7 and you have to go to some old parts of the cities, then it's a huge traffic jam. So we want to do it before the traffic starts coming in. So please don't be late and be there by 7 a.m. And if you want to have breakfast, then by 6 a.m. Some other points, I think some people have flights tomorrow in the afternoon. We would suggest don't take the field trip, because you'll miss your flight. We'll only reach hotel back by 1:30, and you need at least 2 to 3 hours prior to your departure. You need to reach the airport. So avoid taking the flight back, not flight back home, but the field trip. Sorry. I would love all of you to stay back, but it's your call. We don't sponsor now. Sorry, I had to crack a joke. Some announcement for the field visits as well. Please take your own water bottles. There will be no washrooms on the way. We'll have to find a public washroom for you. So please, it's a 2-3 hours trip, so have your water bottles with you. I think one announcement important, because you will be visiting some of the places which are of religious importance. They have a dress code that needs to be followed. Please don't wear sleeveless or dresses which are short, where it's basically full hands covered and full leg to be covered. And you wear comfortable clothes, slippers also, and shoes as well, because you'll be walking a lot. It's like a 3 kilometers walk that you'll have to do once the bus drops you at the location. So please wear comfortable clothes, take water, take caps, glasses, whatever you want, but please do go there. And for people who are not going on the field trip and are still staying back for a few days or are planning to go out tomorrow somewhere, our team has also identified a few locations where you can all go, and my team will share that PDF with you so that you can go to that places, famous shopping places, eateries and all in Ahmedabad. Thank you very much, everyone, and we look forward to having you next time. Thank you.